Hey everyone, and welcome to the Best of March 2023. About 4 hours worth of horror stories, mainly comprised of cryptid stories, but there are many other horrors strewn about. These stories are placed in no specific order. A huge thank you to all of the authors who allowed me to narrate their stories. If you enjoy this video, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 1,200 likes on this one. Liking the video helps out a ton. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I plan to post more videos just like this one all of the time. I know the upload schedule has been really bad lately. I plan to work on that. I want to say thank you yet again for all of the patience. I do try to read all of my comments, and I just want to say that I'm very grateful to have such an understanding audience. But yeah, sit back, grab a coffee, pack a bowl, whatever it is that you do to relax. Enjoy the video, tell someone you love them, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. I signed up as a DoorDash driver about 8 months ago. Not much income, even compared to my crappy day job. But it helps pay child support and keeps the pantry stocked with Sprite and Cheez-Its for when my son Andy stays with me on the weekends. I never thought there was anything special about Maple Green Road until about a week ago. At least, I think it was a week ago. It's been hard to keep track. Before this DoorDash order, I thought the street was nothing but your standard, outdated 90s neighborhood, featuring houses with overgrown shrubs and trees decorated with tire swings and faded birdhouses. But the house belonging to the Johnsons, according to their DoorDash account, felt wrong as soon as I drove up. It was just a red brick, 2-story, cookie-cutter building like the rest of the street, with a lawn that needed to be mowed. But somehow, I didn't think I'd noticed this particular house before. Something about the architecture made the front windows look like a row of watching eyes. The porch just a couple of steps leading to a stoop, like a snarl. Looking back now, I should have driven away. But the delivery instructions had mentioned there would be a $20 tip, which was astronomical as far as DoorDash goes. I put my car in park by the curb, took my phone off its dashboard mount, and grabbed the oversized paper bag of Wendy's food from my passenger seat. As I stepped up onto the sidewalk, I hit the "I've arrived at customer" button on my Dasher app. I set foot on the path leading to their front door, blinked, and found myself no longer on the path. Instead, I stood on the other side of the road, and I mean all the way across the road. I saw my car, flashers on, parked in front of the red brick home, and I was 10 yards away from it. I'd like to think that I'm a pretty level-headed guy who isn't prone to exaggeration, but the feeling of wrongness intensified. On the peak of the roof, a weather vane shaped like a raven started to spin, flashing in the early evening sunlight. I didn't feel any wind that could have moved it. Somehow, even then, I thought I had just imagined it. I thought I must have gotten turned around getting out of the car. I shrugged off the weird feeling. It had been a long day at work. That was definitely it, I told myself. I must have gotten distracted and went the wrong way. Comforted, stupidly, by my own rationalization, I walked back across the street and up the path. When I was halfway across the yard, a kid's face emerged in a window on the right side of the house. It was a teenage boy wearing a baseball cap. I could see his face fairly clearly for how dark it was inside the house. He was looking at my car. His eyes narrowed in what seemed to be confusion. But when he saw me coming up over the curb again, his expression gave way to excitement. Or maybe it was relief. He must have been pretty hungry. He waved in greeting, but before I could wave back, he looked over his shoulder and stepped away from the window. I stepped up onto the porch, frowning, and my phone buzzed in my hand. A DoorDash notification popped up on the screen. The Johnsons. The door is unlocked. Leave the food on the table. Thanks. I looked up at the front door. It had a window in the center, granting me a view into the house. Straight ahead I could see a dining room with a large table at its center, framed by another large window at the back of the house. All the lights inside were off. The weird feeling I'd tried to push away came rushing back. Everything about this situation seemed very wrong. Huge tip or not, there was no chance I was going inside that house. I set the food down and opened my Dasher app. Sorry, I typed. DoorDash policy says I can't go inside a private home to deliver orders. You'll have to grab it from the porch. I wasn't even sure if that was true, but I didn't wait for a reply. I turned away from the door and headed down the steps, tapping the complete delivery button as I went. I was distracted enough that I walked right into something. The door. I walked into the front door of the house. I had been heading towards my car one moment, and the next, I hit my forehead against the glass window set in the front door. My throat felt tight as I stepped back. The house seemed to crouch over me. The stoop suddenly claustrophobic like the mouth of a cave. My phone lit up with another message. We can't open the door from inside. Put the food on the table. Leave the door open when you come in. I didn't bother to reply. I turned away again, refusing to stay here any longer. My foot almost reached the first stair, but landed on the stoop instead. The door only inches from my face once again. What is this? I breathed, my heart pounding so hard I could feel my veins pulsing in my neck. 4 more messages came in then, one right after the next in a staccato series of buzzes. You can't leave unless you put it on the table. Now that you're here, it won't let you leave. Please, please leave the door open. My insides turned to ice as I read. It wouldn't leave me alone. What the hell was it? I had no idea what was going on here, and all I wanted was to get away from this house. I looked over my shoulder at my car, the flasher still blinking where I'd left it, and somehow knew I wouldn't be able to reach it, not unless I followed the instructions, and left the stupid food on the table. I wish I'd tried anyway. Even if I was stuck in an endless loop of trying to get to my car, it still would have been better than sealing my fate by setting foot inside the house. No point wishing for that now, though. I picked up the Wendy's bag from the porch, turned the doorknob, and stepped inside. The house was quiet and dim, the only light coming from the windows shaded by trees outside. I found myself in a central hall that stretched forward to the dining room table. There wasn't much other furniture to be seen, just a grandfather clock that looked like it was malfunctioned in the 80s. The table didn't even have chairs. Over my head, a 2-story alcove housed a simple chandelier, its metal frame glinting in the sunlight from a window near the high ceiling. I was scared. Looking back, I know that I was right to be scared, but I was still nowhere near as scared as I should have been. Was this some kind of haunting? Some kind of delayed acid trip? I had no explanation for my situation, despite my racing thoughts. Whatever it was, I just needed to put the damn Wendy's bag on the table. I left the door half open and made my way deeper into the house, my sneakers squeaking on the tile floor. The table was framed by that window at the back of the dining room, making it seem like it was highlighted into a video game. Here's your objective. Reach it and move on. The entryway seemed to be stretching longer as I walked. Surely the people who'd been sending messages were around here somewhere. The window where I'd seen the teenage boy had been on the right side of the house, but for now everything was silent. Halfway to the dining room, Another darker hall led off to my right. It seemed like it might lead to bedrooms or offices, but I couldn't see anything more than smooth walls and shadows. I couldn't even make it outdoors. I had almost reached the table when a scent caught my attention. I hadn't noticed it when I first came in, but it was a little sweet, a little metallic, and a lot like... Something wet dripped against my leg. It slid from below the hem of my shorts along my calf. In the dim light, the wet streak of my leg was a red so dark it almost looked black. It was coming from the Wendy's bag. Blood, sticky and wet, and soaking the bottom of the paper bag. I knew there was normal food in there. I'd smelled it during the entire drive from Wendy's. The stuff dripping was probably a busted ketchup packet, or some burger grease, or... Deep in the house, a door closed. My breath hitched in my throat. I ran the rest of the way to the table and tossed the bag onto it. It puddled onto the cherry wood surface, the bottom thoroughly soaked. The light coming through the big dining room window was getting darker. Were those stars in the sky outside? Hadn't it only been 5:30? It was July. It shouldn't have been getting dark yet. It didn't matter. I was leaving. I stepped back from the table but couldn't pull my eyes away from the paper bag. The blood had spread, masking Wendy's grinning face in a film of red. For the last time, my phone buzzed with a burst of messages. Leave. Run right now. And leave the door open. Leave. I shoved my phone in my pocket and ran. The front door was still half open, giving me a clear path to my car where it sat, flashing its blinkers by the curb. The paper bag crunched on the table a dozen steps behind me, and at the same time something else darted out from the hallway to my left. I yelped, but it was the kid I'd seen in the window, wearing his baseball cap. He grabbed my hand and pulled me towards the half-open door. "Run," he said, his voice hoarse, as if he hadn't used it in months. "Well, it eats the food. We have to go before..." Something plopped onto the floor in front of us. The Wendy's bag, torn, soaked with blood. The kid ground to a halt, and I nearly barreled over him in my attempt to stop. He was looking up. I followed his gaze. In the dim light of the alcove above, where the window was now darkened and the chandelier barely visible, something was looking down at us. Something with a confusing mix of shapes, slick curves like the frames of chairs forming ribs, the bloated swell of overstuffed couch cushions forming lumpy sides, the glinting points of a dozen kitchen knives and silver forks forming jagged teeth, and bones, human bones, sticking out at odd angles. The kid had time to make a brief, strangled groan. That was it. And then the thing overhead moved in a flick of motion. A tendril made of twisted bed sheets snapped towards us and hooked the kid around the throat. He screamed as it yanked him up, and as I stumbled back, knives thunked into flesh. His screams stopped. The entire house creaked. Somehow it sounded pleased. The thing began squelching and crunching over my head. Eating. I darted for the door, but as I reached for the handle to pull it the rest of the way open, it slammed itself shut. The grandfather clock on the wall clanged once. Somewhere deeper in the house I heard doors opening and slamming shut. The house was laughing at me. I grabbed the handle and tried to turn, but it wouldn't budge. It wasn't even locked. I could see that the deadbolt was open, but the handle was just fixed in place. I was trapped. Overhead, the creature made a sound like chairs scraping across the floor. I made the mistake of looking up at it. The thing's legs uncurled from the chandelier, made of wire hangers that seemed too flimsy to support its bulk. It stabbed its feet into the drywall and lunged towards me. I dove. Sheets brushed against the back of my calves, warm and wet and sticky. I scrambled into the dark hallway and sprinted as fast as my legs would carry me. The hallway seemed to stretch for dozens of yards, more distance than should have fit into the home that I'd seen from outside. My lungs burned, my breath rasping through my throat, but I ran until I crashed headlong into a door. I breathed a prayer of thanks as it opened, then slammed the door shut behind me. I looked around for furniture I could shove against it, but I was in a small bathroom, and nothing was here except the toilet and vanity anchored to the wall. In the space next to the toilet, a window looked out to a darkened street. I could see my car parked by the curb. Its flashers would keep going until its battery died, and it would sit there until some neighbor called a tow truck and had it pulled away. I think it's been a week since I got here. I'm not sure why that creature can't seem to reach me in this bathroom, but I've hardly attempted to leave. The bathroom window won't open or break, and the only time I managed to reach the front door, the knob still didn't budge. I barely made it back to the bathroom alive, so I'm hoping this post will make it out and catch someone's attention. My phone doesn't seem to be working right, and no one who's walked by the house has even seemed to notice that it's here. I think that's why they towed my car. My phone is nearly dead. But if you see this post, the address is... I won't use you as bait. Not like the Johnsons tried to do with me. Just please, when you get to the porch, if you can get to the porch, leave the door open. I'm an archaeologist, or rather, I'm an archaeology graduate. I completed my degree last year and I've been trying to get into a postgraduate course since then. It's a competitive field with few positions open. I narrowly missed my chance last summer, and I've been working in a bank while I apply for more positions. I studied at an English university, specializing in the Saxon settlement of Britain in the 6th century. Last month, one of my professors, who I'll call Sharon, emailed me. Somebody had found a possible new settlement. I won't say exactly where, but it's further west than any previously known Saxon village. She had been excavating for some time and needed help with the work. I was wary of leaving the bank at such short notice, but when she hinted that additional funding for the dig might lead to a post-grad position opening up, I stopped caring about my reference from the bank. So the next morning I was on a train with little more than warm clothes, a sleeping bag, and a laptop. By lunchtime I arrived at the station, and Sharon picked me up and we headed out to the site. England is very heavily developed, and you're never more than a few kilometers from at least a small village, so the fact that we drove off-road in the Jeep for nearly half an hour was quite remarkable. Apparently some scouts had been on a hiking trip and found a mostly buried wall. This sort of thing must happen all the time, but this time they had mentioned it to their scoutmaster, who was a historian and took an interest, eventually leading to the university getting involved. By the time I got there, the excavation had been going for a while. The outline of several buildings were visible, and I estimated the settlement would have housed around 30 people. Sharon helped me set up my tent, and then gave me a tour of the site. There were 5 of us at the site in total. I had no specific job, but suspected I was mainly going to be doing the physical work. Sharon had 20 years experience on me, and as the site lead would be responsible for writing reports, the university was going through an efficiency drive, and she had to submit daily reports to justify the expense of the dig. Mark and Penny were undergrads, and Justin was an 18-year-old taking a gap year. So as the second most senior person there, I was also in charge of documentation. We were a very young group, and only Sharon and I were taking any remuneration for the work. If we proved the site worthy of additional funding before Justin, Penny, and Mark had to go home, no doubt more experienced archaeologists would take their place. So I was very conscious that I had a limited time to prove myself. This was October, and by the time I had set myself up, the light was fading fast. But keen to get to grips with the site, I spent the last hour of daylight studying the layout, sketching and making measurements. Given my knowledge of similar settlements, I made some predictions regarding the extent of the site, and where we might find further buildings. Judging from the rest of the architecture, I figured the settlement might be post-Christian, and estimated possible locations for a church. I spent the next 2 days looking for the church. Given the lack of funding, we had a very limited equipment, but I'd been right about the location. On the third day, I uncovered part of a stone wall, a strong indicator of a church, and got Justin and Penny to help me uncover the shape. It was 2 days later that I found it. Justin was off helping Sharon, and Mark was taking lunch, so I was working on my own, uncovering the floor of the church. As I slowly scraped the soil with my trowel, I saw a hint of orange. I pulled out my brush and carefully cleaned the area, to find what looked like an orange thread, buried in the ground at both ends. This concerned me, although at the time, not for the right reasons. Orange thread was far from anything I associated with the Saxons. I called Penny over, as I knew she had an interest in Saxon textiles. She agreed that this was unlike anything she'd seen before. Most likely, the site had been contaminated recently, but we couldn't be sure, so Penny and I brushed the area to reveal more. After an hour, we had uncovered a network of threads about half a meter across. They ran through the ground in an organic pattern, like fungal mycelium. One thread had been uncovered sufficiently for Penny to put her finger underneath and lift it up. Before I could stop her, the thread snapped. It quickly turned to dust, causing my nose to itch and Penny to sneeze. I reprimanded her for her carelessness, and we then agreed to cover it up. It was early evening, and we didn't want moisture to affect the area. Our limited budget hadn't even given us an excavation shelter, so we just put up a sheet of polythene over the area and weighed it down with stones. Sharon knew no more than we did about the likely provenance of the orange threads. She took some photos and told us to leave it undisturbed until some of her colleagues had a chance to review it, and with the sun setting, and Sharon typing up her daily report, the rest of us had a couple of beers and settled into sleep. I woke around 6 the next morning to the sound of car engines. Pulling on my shoes and coat, I crawled out of the tent. Sharon and Mark were already up, watching 4 black SUVs pull up and park next to the camp. A man in a crisp black suit stepped out of the lead car and demanded curtly to speak to the project lead. He and Sharon walked off and began talking. I couldn't make out much, but I did hear Sharon raise her voice in argument a few times. The others were out of their tents now, and we spent about 15 minutes in wild conjecture until Sharon and the suit walked back. Sharon told us that the project was over, and we needed to pack our tents and leave immediately. Of course, we argued. The dig could make my career, and besides, Penny and I were very keen to learn more about the orange threads. There was no way these interlopers had the slightest clue about archaeology, and would no doubt ruin the site if left alone with it. But in half an hour we'd packed our things and were in our cars. During the whole time, nobody else stepped foot out of the black SUVs. We left, and Sharon gave me a lift back home. I was in a dark mood that evening. I hadn't pleased my line manager at the bank when I'd quit without notice, so doubted they'd take me back. and it looked like my chance for a PhD was gone. But in the morning I settled down to search for jobs. I got a phone call. Sharon wanted the 5 of us to continue working. We may have been kicked off the dig site, but they couldn't stop us reviewing what we'd found so far. So on Monday I met Sharon, Mark, and Penny in a cafeteria at the university. Justin had apparently made other plans. Between sketches, measurements, notes, and photographs, we had actually gathered quite a lot of data, and it would likely take a couple of weeks to review it all. Sharon worked with Penny on mapping out the site in detail, and I worked with Mark on a literature review of comparable sites. But as the day wore on, I started to feel unaccountably wary of Mark. I'd got on with him very well at the site, but now he felt off somehow. The more I looked at him, the more I felt uncomfortable, as though being in the same room was dangerous, though I couldn't quite put my finger on it. The next day didn't ease my feelings. Something just seemed wrong. Not the creepy guy vibe I've got off some men, but more a sense that he was planning something nefarious. I confided in Penny over a coffee at lunch, and she confessed that she had got a similar feeling from Sharon. By Wednesday I was feeling a little under the weather, but able to go in. When the 4 of us met, Mark asked if I was okay. I wouldn't normally remark on this, but the way Mark said it, it felt very accusatory. Sharon said I should work from home. I glanced at Penny, who just shrugged. Were Mark and Sharon planning something? To be honest, Mark and Sharon looked worse than I felt. Pale, perhaps, and their posture seemed vaguely threatening. I didn't want to leave them unsupervised and insisted that I was fine to continue. Before settling down to work, I managed to catch Penny alone at the coffee machine. "Do I look okay to you?" I opened. "Yeah, a bit tired maybe. I thought they were out of order back there." "I don't trust them. Can you keep an eye on Sharon?" "Sure. Actually, I was going to say the same to you. See if Mark's acting weird. We can catch up at lunch." I found Mark in the spare office we were using with the papers already out. As we got to work, I studied Mark, noting his expression and posture. Again, it was subtle, but there was definitely something not right. I caught his dark brown eyes, and for an instant, they seemed to flash orange. Then suddenly he exploded. "What?" "What do you mean?" I replied calmly. "You've been staring at me all morning. Have you got something to say?" "No, What could I say? Look, if you want to ask me out, just come out and say it." I was astonished. What did he think was going on? I had no idea what to do. We should just... I looked down at my papers. I started to collate the citations, but had barely listed them all when Mark said he was going to lunch. It couldn't have been 10 o'clock yet, but when I looked at my phone, it was 12:30. I glanced at Mark's work, and he'd done at least 3 hours worth of work. I'd felt a bit unwell, sure, but how had I lost 2 hours? Mark got up and left. I could have carried on, but Penny had agreed to meet for lunch, so I headed down to the cafeteria to find her sat down by herself. I grabbed a sandwich and water and joined her. "So," Penny started in a low, conspiratorial voice. "Anything to report?" I recounted the outburst, the strange conversation, the odd body language. I almost didn't mention the flash of orange I'd seen, or thought I'd seen, in Mark's eyes, but when I did, Penny gasped. "I saw that too." "In Mark?" "No, in Sharon." "Wow, okay, that's weird. Any ideas?" "Well, I wasn't going to say it. I thought it was my imagination, but..." Penny leaned in closely and lowered her voice even more. "You remember the threads we found at the dig?" Of course, they... Suddenly I realized what she meant. They were the same orange, weren't they? What does it mean? I don't know, I replied, but I've got an idea. Let's meet at 5. No, I don't feel good staying here with Sharon. Tell her you've decided to go home after all, and I'll make up some excuse. Why don't we meet in my halls of residence? It's only 10 minutes from here. So Penny and I left the department early. Penny had a single room in her halls of residence, even smaller than my old one, and we cleared as much space as we could on her tiny desk. She offered me a coffee, but I didn't feel like one, and neither did she. The coffee that morning had tasted very bitter, so with a glass of water each and some notebooks, we started writing everything we knew. What's cordyceps? Penny had glanced over at my notes before I was ready to compare. I explained what I knew. It's a fungus. It infects ants and controls their brain. It takes them somewhere more suitable for the fungus to grow, and slowly eats them, converting their body into more of itself. Penny looked disgusted for a moment and then realized what I was getting at. The orange threads from the dig site that were most likely mycelia. Had they infected Sharon and Mark? Penny opened her laptop and googled cordyceps. I'd got a few things wrong, but the basic principle was correct. Do you think that's what it was? Well, no, not cordyceps. That only infects ants, but something like it, something that can control humans, would have to be more complex, I suppose. Well, we both saw the orange in their eyes. The eyes are part of your brain, sort of. I guess it would explain their weird behavior, right? We talked about this for a long time, bouncing theories off each other. Something that could infect the complex brain of a human, well, it would have to be more sophisticated. The government agents that had closed down our dig sites had arrived so quickly, they must have already known about the fungus. But not about that site. So there must be other sites. Could they be linked together, operating as a neural network across the country, even across the planet, an intelligent fungus, infecting hosts to achieve whatever their aims might be? We realized that the agents had arrived too late. I don't know why they didn't quarantine us, but we had no way of contacting them. We could have asked Sharon, but if she was far enough gone, she wouldn't help us. We had to do something ourselves. I don't remember whether it was myself or Penny who said it first, but we reluctantly agreed that it was the only option. We had to stop the infection from spreading. We sat up late into the night planning our next steps, and I slept on Penny's floor. I'd gone home sick that day, and I would pretend to be ill and collect the equipment we needed, except for the car. Penny texted her brother asking to borrow his, saying she needed it for a university project. The next morning, Penny went into the department. I tried to persuade her not to, but she insisted that somebody needed to keep an eye on the disease's progression. She was right, of course. I spent the day gathering supplies. It would have been easier to wait for the car, but we had to move fast. I met Penny that afternoon, somewhat relieved that she was okay, and her brother dropped the car off. He wanted to stay and enjoy the university life for a night, but we had work to do, so Penny made some half-hearted excuse and he took the last train home. We checked our equipment, went over the plan again, and for a second night I slept on Penny's floor. The next day we went to the university. I walked while Penny drove so that we didn't arrive together and arouse suspicion. That morning was one of the most difficult few hours of my life, pretending to Mark that everything was normal. He looked different, twisted somehow, though nobody but Penny and I seemed to notice. Sharon was the same. We took Sharon and Mark out for lunch. We told them that we were so happy to be a part of this project and we wanted to repay them. Our treat, we said. Sharon protested, saying that it should be her to pay for all of us, but eventually they agreed. I normally like Mexican food, but it tasted strangely sour, as though the ingredients had gone off somehow. But we weren't there for pleasure. Our plan was risky, but it worked. I won't explain what the drug was or how I obtained it, but I managed to slip it into Sharon's and Mark's food without them noticing. We kept them there, celebrating for an hour or so, long enough for the drug to take effect. By this time, Sharon and Mark were feeling ill, and Penny offered to drive them back to the department. She had left her car in the restaurant's car park, and we helped them into the back seat. I got into the passenger seat, and Penny started to drive. Of course, we weren't going back to the university. We drove about half an hour out of town to an area of scrubland, far from any houses, and drove out of sight of the main road. Penny feigned concern and suggested to Sharon and Mark that they might want to get some fresh air. Eventually they agreed and we helped them out of the car. We then went back to the car, collecting the 2 hammers I'd brought the previous day. Drugged as they were, we still needed to take them by surprise. I struck Mark 3 times in the head, and Penny hit Sharon twice. That was enough to stop them moving. I don't know for sure if they were dead at this point, but we were sure there was no coming back from that. Penny covered the back seats with plastic sheeting while I did my best to make sure their injuries weren't obvious. Then we put them back in the car. Penny drove for 4 hours while I navigated, and as night started to fall, we arrived back at the cursed dig site. We had expected this to be the most difficult part of our plan, but the agents were nowhere to be seen. I had no idea why not. For all their apparent aggressiveness, did they not realize precisely what they were dealing with? The alternative, that they had themselves become infected, was too terrible to contemplate. Still, it made our task far easier. We parked as close as we could and dragged the bodies the remaining 50 meters to lay them in the ruined church. If they were infected, then so was the ground, and we could at least contain the infection. Also, it was likely that nobody would encounter the bodies for months or perhaps years to come, and so we left Sharon and Mark to rot in the infected soil and drove back. It was 4 in the morning when we arrived, and we went back to Penny's room. Our task was done, or so we thought. We celebrated with a bottle of wine, but the wine had gone sour, so we abandoned it and went with water instead. At that point, it was Saturday morning. Neither of us were feeling great, and we spent most of the weekend in Penny's small bed watching Netflix. We decided to go in on Monday morning so as not to arouse suspicion, and continue working on the archaeological write-up. Over the course of that day, we realized that we'd acted too late. Other people in the department had strange expressions, or orange twisted veins in their eyes. We went out for lunch, each having a salad and water, and our server looked infected as well. I don't understand why Penny and I are the only ones who can see it. Our task is clear now, though. We've done it before, and we can do it again. We must do it again. We must cleanse the world of this fungus, killing the infected and taking their bodies to that ancient Saxon church before it spreads beyond our control, if it hasn't already. When I was growing up, I was never afraid of the dark. I never feared the dark spaces under my bed, the gloom in the closet, the one corner of the basement that the light never seemed to reach. I didn't get scared of the knocks on the walls, the groaning of our old house settling, or the odd scraping noises outside my room at night. Even a slight flutter or tapping on my window wasn't spooky to me, and I could sleep comfortably through that night. That all comes from spending your whole childhood in a haunted house, I guess. When my room would be rearranged by an unseen force, I'd just clean it up. When cups flew across the room, I'd catch them. Eventually I started responding to the actions and even giving my friends names. It wasn't uncommon in my early teen years for my mom to hear, "Don't even think about it, Daryl," as a cup would start to slide across the table. So, I'd never been afraid of the supernatural. I believe in monsters, but I never used to be afraid of them. They all had to just be misunderstood and lonely like me, right? Right? My favorite place on the property was the knoll, a little bump of a hill at the edge of the cornfield where the woods came closest to the house. It was a good 500 feet from the barnyard, but still far enough that I could get some space and some quiet. The trees in this part of the woods were tall, far taller than the trees that covered the rest of the woodlot. Their canopies blocked out some of the sun, and their needles made the ground soft, perfect for sitting and relaxing with a thermos of cocoa and a book on an early fall afternoon, before the snow hit. It was always easy to find a place to lean, as these ancient trees had long ago lost their lower limbs, and the forest here felt like a Gothic cathedral. High vaulted pillars, the partial twilight even during the day, with small bursts of light breaking through the canopy. Even the singing of the birds or the rustling of mice was like a symphony of its own. I may have lived in the house, but I lived for the woods, especially my little part of it. My parents always taught me to come back before sunset, not to whistle and to never follow if anyone was calling my name. I never questioned these rules. I grew up with them after all. Mom and Dad never cared if I went to the knoll, but they wanted to make sure that I was safe. I was always happy to oblige, knowing full well that if I broke those rules, I'd be grounded and stuck inside. Even when the birds sang, I never whistled back when I was in the forest, no matter what. By now I'm assuming you've gathered that I grew up in Appalachia. Rural, lonely, isolated, surrounded by the supernatural, raised in it, so it was second nature. I guess I can thank my deeply superstitious grandmother for that. After all, it kept me alive. I can't say the same for everyone else. By the time I was in early high school, my parents were getting tired of the commute. After all, it was about an hour's drive to the nearest town. There was no cable, and the power to the house was always dicey, because squirrels would short out the transformer on the power pole about once a week. They were considering moving, and I was looking forward to not waking up at 5 a.m. for school. They'd bought a new house in town, and we were preparing to move. We'd packed anything that wasn't necessary, and had already moved it into the new house. But Mom and Dad decided to have one last house party before we threw the beds and suitcases we'd been living out of into the moving truck and finally finished the move. They invited friends, co-workers, and their kids. Many of these families were from out of town. They didn't know the rules and certainly thought we were all superstitious hicks. I wish I could say that we were just superstitious. The party started in the early afternoon on the last beautiful day in late August. The sun was shining bright, there was just enough wind to keep the bugs at bay, and everyone was basking in this truly gorgeous day. The younger kids were playing with my brothers. The older kids were with me, watching movies inside and generally being antisocial teenagers. Eventually the heat in the house drove us out into the late afternoon sun, and I began to give the tour of the property I begrudgingly agreed to hours prior. The older kids were generally polite as I showed them around, except for Cassie. Cassie wasn't from around here, and she liked to remind everyone about that. Cassie's family moved out to the middle of nowhere because her father was offered a really good job, and in a town with a low cost of living and a decent salary, they decided to relocate. Cassie had made it clear from the start that she hated everything about this new town, including everybody in it. The most interesting thing about Cassie was probably that she'd never gone in the woods around here, and she was desperate to go for a hike in the woods. In retrospect, I never should have taken her. I should have accepted being grounded for refusing to be hospitable. But hindsight is 20/20, I guess. After the cajoling, pleading, threatening, and eventual blackmail from Cassie, I backed down and showed her the knoll. I told her that a hike was out of the question after dark because the sun would be setting soon, and we shouldn't be in the woods after dark. Despite her sneering at the superstitious backwoods idiot, I refused to give in. I knew for a fact that the woods weren't safe at night. Once the sun sets, the shadows change. You can lose your way in the dark, and nocturnal predators like bobcats can hunt you silently through the brush. I was not willing to risk it. I told my mother where I was taking the group of older kids. She looked me in the eyes and told me very firmly to make sure they all follow the rules, especially the whistling. Under no circumstances should any of us whistle in the trees. I promised to go over the rules before we left. When I was returning to the group, Cassie began mocking me for having to check with my mommy before we went out for a walk. I just ignored her and turned to the group. Okay guys, there are a couple of rules before we head out. Pretty sure most of you know them, but I just need to make sure we're all on the same page. First, stick together. Second, we will be back in the barnyard by sunset. This is not negotiable. Third, under no circumstances are you allowed to whistle once we leave the yard. And lastly, if you hear anyone calling your name, we're leaving the woods. Immediately. Understood? All the locals nodded understandingly. Cassie rolled her eyes. I turned and started walking towards the knoll, followed by the older kids, including Cassie. She ran up to me and started to ask me the questions I had been dreading. The others won't tell me why the rules exist. They're pretty stupid if they don't have a reason. I mean, are the woods really that different at night? I stopped dead in my tracks. I turned to her, grabbed her by the shoulders, and looked deep into her eyes. Her normally dismissive expression turned almost fearful when I began to speak. Cassie, the woods are different at night. They completely change, and the other rules are there to make sure you don't get lost in a strange place or attract some type of predator. There are coyotes, bobcats, and God knows what else in the woods. For once in your life, shut up and listen. Please. The blood drained from Cassie's face and she nodded. I turned back to the knoll and kept walking. I hoped that maybe, just maybe, she would listen for once. The knoll was just ahead, a calm sanctuary after the craziness of the party that day. When we stepped into the shade of the ancient trees, the temperature was noticeably cooler, and the slight wind made the great giant sway gently, and produced a sound like creaking timber and a faraway whisper as it ran through the needles above us. The others looked up into the canopy. They found a place to sit and relax. I was starting to relax, my back against my favorite tree when Cassie came up to me. Hey, is the whispering in the trees normal? It sounds like my name. Cassie, it's just the wind. Seriously, you need to relax. You were the one who wanted to come out here, remember? I answered, trying to sound relaxed, but on the inside, I started to get a bit nervous. Cassie went silent for a few moments after that, and I could see her starting to relax out of the corner of my eye. I started to allow myself to calm slightly, listening to the sound of the wind in the trees. Just as I was starting to think everyone was going to be okay, Cassie turned to look deeper into the woods. She was staring intently into the gloomy trees, as if she was hearing something coming from the woods. Suddenly I had an awful feeling in the pit of my stomach. I looked over at the others, who had also noticed the difference in Cassie's behavior, and it was beginning to make them uneasy too. We all stood up, walking over to where Cassie was sitting. It was like she was hypnotized, or paralyzed, staring off into the shadowy trees. There was no sound other than the wind, no birds, none of the usual forest sounds. Out of nowhere, Cassie let out a loud whistle. I grabbed her hard by the arm, snapping her out of her trance. Realizing what she'd done, and seeing the fear in my eyes, she made to run. No, do not run. If we're being hunted, we walk quickly, but we never run. That will trigger the prey drive of whatever is out there, and that's the last thing we want. Let's go." I said in a low whisper to her and the other kids, barely audible over the now much stronger wind. We made for the safety of the house, battling against the wind that picked up since we entered the trees. It was gusting and felt like it was trying to drive us back into the woods. The dust from the barnyard stung our faces as we made our way across the field, moving slowly despite our efforts. I refused to look back at the woods, instead focusing on the adults who were suddenly rushing to get everything inside. A tablecloth blew off one of the picnic tables and flew right by us, looking every bit like a ghost as it whipped past us towards the woods. I followed it with my eyes as it flew towards the knoll. I froze in my tracks. The woods looked different, somehow changed, as if the place I had known all my childhood was darker, stranger, almost evil. I knew it wasn't possible, but I thought I heard a growl come from behind me as I stared. The impossible noise snapped me out of my stupor. I turned and began to sprint the last 100 yards to the house. "Run!" I screamed as I caught up to the group. We all broke into a dead sprint. My mother was in the barnyard when we all came flying through the gate. She tried to stop us, but we wouldn't stop all-out flight until we'd gotten through the main door of the house. As the rest of our group was catching their breath, my mom took me inside. I told her everything that happened, and she immediately looked afraid. Her expression darkened when rain began to patter against the window. The local kids and their parents left, leaving only my family and Cassie's in the house. My parents had previously offered for them to stay the night, as they lived the furthest away from our house, about an hour-and-a-half drive away. Cassie's family, not used to driving such long distances, would have been nervous in even perfect weather, let alone the thunderstorm that had blown in suddenly. My parents did everything they could to keep us all distracted from what was going on outside, and it was working for everyone except for Cassie. She kept staring out into the darkness in the direction of the knoll, every time the wind would whistle past the window. It was almost like she kept hearing her name every time the wind blew. I tried my best to relax and calm Cassie down. Eventually, by bedtime, she'd relaxed enough to lie down on the air mattress we had set up in our guest room. Knowing that she was safe in the house with her parents allowed me to finally fall asleep. At about 1 a.m., I woke up to the sound of the guest room door opening, which was unusual, seeing as I was used to things going bump in the night. I got up immediately, putting on my slippers and stepping out into the hallway, just as the top of Cassie's head disappeared down the stairs. She was muttering that she could hear something calling her name and she had to go. I woke my parents up and then ran down the stairs as I heard the front door creak open. My father followed me down the stairs while my mother woke her parents. As Dad and I ran out the open door into the storm, we saw Cassie walking entranced towards the gate out of the barnyard. We shouted and tried to follow, but the wind seemed to whip our voices away. Cassie's mother and father spilled out into the yard, shouting for their daughter to snap out of it. If she heard them, she didn't respond. The gate, which had been chained shut, blew wide, allowing her out of the relative safety of the barnyard, and into the open field was pitch black, easily standing 10 feet tall, with impossibly long arms and legs. Its hands were narrow, fingers long and spider-like. Dad and I froze as we watched a pitch-black hand wrap around Cassie. She didn't wiggle, didn't protest as it lifted her into the air. I heard Cassie's mother scream her name, and suddenly, Cassie was gone. It was like, in the blink of an eye, whatever held Cassie had vanished back into whatever realm she'd summoned it from and taken her with it. We called the police, and they came in the morning after the storm. They said that the storm must have washed away her tracks, and that she must have been sleepwalking. We moved out of the house the same day. While Cassie's disappearance made local news, it never became a national story. I haven't even seen her disappearance being discussed on internet forums or true crime podcasts. Cassie's parents were never the same. They moved away after the case went cold. I think about what happened to Cassie almost every night, when the formerly comforting dark descends on me like a wet blanket. I no longer think that monsters are just misunderstood. I'm afraid of the dark, and I haven't set foot in the woods since. I'm a detective, and yes, I know this should not be what I'm doing, but I need to get this off my chest. I've worked for years and I've experienced something unlike anything you'll ever have heard before. It still makes no sense. Years ago, a friend of mine who also worked at the police station informed me of a case. Name, Emily Rhodes. A 32-year-old woman had gone missing in her home in the southeast side of the town. Missing people cases were rare for me in town, but not entirely uncustomary. My colleague, however, stated that the woman's husband wasn't making any sense with his statement. Me being me, I decided to go see this man for more clarity on the event, even though it wasn't my case. I approached the door of the man's house and knocked firmly. What greeted me was a slow, uneasy opening of the door and a middle-aged man who looked like he hadn't showered in weeks appearing. I told the man that I had heard about the disappearance of his wife, and wanted to ask a few simple questions. He took me into his living room, and as soon as I stepped in the room I noticed something strange. There was a mannequin of a blonde woman with glasses sitting on his couch. I tried my best to ignore it, and sat on the single-seated couch adjacent to the mannequin. I didn't want to be rude and ask, but the man didn't seem to act like anything was unnatural. The man made us both a cup of coffee, and came and sat right next to the mannequin. "So, when did your wife go missing?" I queried. "It happened 3 days ago. I tried to look for her myself, and I couldn't find her anywhere. On the morning she went missing, I came downstairs and I saw this mannequin here. It just looks like her. I don't understand what's happening. Where's my wife? How did this get here?" I looked into the eyes of the mannequin, and something felt really off about it. For something that was mostly just plastic, it looked extremely human-like. I felt very confused about the situation initially. My rational mind then started to click. In an attempt to make sense of the encounter, I assumed the man was crazy. The mannequin was perhaps some sort of coping mechanism after losing his wife who left him. I explained to him we would try everything in our power to find his wife, and that we would try to follow any leads that came our way. Shortly after leaving the man's house, and his creepy mannequin, we did all the regular searches in the local area to find his wife. Sadly, we found nothing. Not a single trace. A few days pass and another case falls on my lap. Name, Kevin Sanders. In this instance, a 14-year-old boy is reported missing. I thought this was just another missing person case until I read more about the details of the report. It stated that on the morning of his disappearance, his mother tried to wake him up for school. She entered his room and repeatedly said his name. No answer. She could visibly see a lump in the covers, so she knew her son was there. When she went over and pulled the covers off her son, she found that a mannequin that looked just like her son was laying in a sleeping position on his bed. Again, we did all the standard searches, and we could not find the 14-year-old boy. The only thing left was the mannequin that appeared in his home. No explanation of how it got there. I checked everything. If there was a break-in, if the mother had spare keys someone might have found. Nothing. Naturally, we took the mannequins in for evidence. We had 2 of them in our collection now. The most disturbing thing about these mannequins were just how much they looked like the missing person they'd replaced. They were practically a one-for-one look-alike. The most notable difference was that lights reflected off the plastic distinctly differently the way it does to human skin. It made all of us at the station feel incredibly uneasy. We were now definitely aware that something stranger was going on. 2 people gone, and 2 mannequins that looked like them appearing in a relatively similar part of town. Obviously not a coincidence. A week later and we couldn't fathom what was happening. What started as a few of these cases had grown into a large number very quickly. I trembled as I flipped through a sizable pile of files that ended up on my desk on Monday morning. Name: Beth Higgins. 72-year-old woman reported missing by her family. A day later, a mannequin that looks just like her was found sat on a bench of the local park she used to visit frequently. Name: Jude Lowry. 41-year-old man reported missing by his brother. Later on this same day, it's found that there is a mannequin that looks like the man located underneath the truck in the garage. This man was a mechanic, and was apparently in the process of repairing his brother's truck, which had broken down recently. Name: Josh Sauter. 6-month-old baby missing. A mannequin of a baby is found in the crib by the infant's parents. After a 3-week period, we found that 9 people in the same town had disappeared and were replaced by a mannequin version of themselves. We were dealing with a kidnapper, a serial kidnapper who was clearly messed up in the head, creating mannequins of people's loved ones to give to their families after abducting them. Seriously, what is going on? We tried so hard to find anything about these disappearances and we found nothing. Not a single lead. It was genuinely just like 11 people were replaced in an instant by a mannequin version of themselves. Now, here's where this gets really bizarre. You see, where I'm from, we can only hold evidence for 6 months after the time of an offense. In that time period, we found nothing of importance regarding the mannequins. No fingerprints, no loose hairs on them. Nothing ultimately useful to us. Therefore, they had to be returned to the place we'd found them. The dozens of mannequins that had collected up dust in our evidence room therefore had to be given back to their owners. Do you have any idea how messed up it is to return a mannequin of someone's loved one after several months when you are supposed to be the one helping to return their real loved one? We had to return dozens of mannequins to the people who found them. They reacted to this, as you'd expect, with a lot of sadness, anger, puzzlement. We didn't really know what they'd do with the mannequins, but we expected that most of them, if not all of them, would simply get rid of them. A month after returning the mannequins to the victims' loved ones, I received a call from an unknown number. It turned out to be the man from the first case whose wife was still missing. He sounded rather panicked and was mumbling every other word conveyed. He told me that he put the mannequin in the attic, as he understandably couldn't stand the sight of it. On one night, he went into his kitchen before he was about to sleep to get a glass of water. He entered the gloomy room and promptly turned on the lights. When he looked across the kitchen, he jumped backwards and fell to the floor. The man said that the mannequin of his wife, the mannequin that he put in the attic, was standing over the kitchen sink. It just stood there utterly lifeless, however its arms had changed position, and it somehow had a cloth in its hands. It looked like the plastic humanoid figure was about to clean some dishes. Stupidly, I downplayed this at the time because I thought this man was just insane. When I visited him, everything about his mannerisms told me this was the case. A day after, I get another call. This time it's from the mother of the 14-year-old boy who informed me she did something similar with her mannequin. It was put away in the garage with the intention of destroying it, as it reminded her of her missing son, which made her extremely depressed. Over time, she'd forgotten that she'd even received the mannequin again, as she almost never went into her garage for anything. She came home one evening and opened the door to her lonely house. The mother screamed as she was greeted by the mannequin of her son standing right behind the front door. Again, the mannequin had seemingly changed its figure. The mother said that when she opened the door, The mannequin of her son was stood in the open hallway pointing directly at the door, directly at her. She looked into its eyes and said that she felt a level of fear she'd never experienced before. When I interviewed her after, she said it was as though the spirit of her son was shaming her for letting him get abducted at such a young age. When we checked her home, the mannequin was indeed in the position she claimed it was. All of a sudden, it was like these pieces of plastic had minds of their own. Multiple people from previous cases said that the mannequins of their loved ones were moving on their own accord. In the police station, we now believe that the kidnapper, after many months of inactivity, had returned to yet again mess with the loved ones of the victims. This was a trend in the actions of this deranged psychopath. One of the people said to us that they were in the kitchen making a late evening meal. Halfway through making some chicken teriyaki, they glanced over at the open door to the living room. To their horror, they saw the tilted head of the mannequin of their own sister peering around the doorway. The only thing they could see was the head of the mannequin leaning around whilst the rest of the body was concealed. It was like the mannequin was menacingly watching her sister cook this meal. This made her scream and run out the back door before she told us about this. The last call of the week was perhaps the most dangerous and unsettling of all the stories we'd heard about the mannequins. Remember the brother of the mechanic I mentioned earlier? He too found that the mannequin of his brother was moving around their home when he wasn't looking. It scared him so much that he took the mannequin outside and tried to burn it. Burning plastic isn't exactly effective, however he was able to completely disfigure the mannequin and left its tatters in the garden. During the night, the man awoke in his bedroom and felt something poking against his chest. He reached over to his bedside light and turned it on with the flick of a switch. The man yelled and frantically pushed as he ran out of his house with only his pants on. The man claimed that when he turned on the light, he saw the mannequin of his brother standing over him in his sleep. The mannequin that was previously left in tatters was somehow completely repaired. It had a knife going through its hand, and it was holding it against the man's chest. The scariest thing was the reported facial expression of the mannequin. You see, the mannequins all had a tone-deaf expression, as you'd expect. When the man turned on the light, he said that the mannequin had lowered its head and looked directly into his eyes with the knife on his chest. It didn't have a tone-deaf expression. Instead, it displayed an emotion of anger. This man saw the plastic face of his own brother looking down on him, as though he despised him more than anything else in the world, almost like it hated the fact that the brother tried to burn the mannequin and wanted revenge. We knew that we needed to take the mannequins back into evidence as soon as possible. The cases were officially being reopened. Before we could do this, all of the mannequins on what appeared to be the exact same day had disappeared. They were never seen again. We had just set up a variety plans to catch the kidnapper too. This included newly set up CCTV footage to capture who this person was. The disappearance of the mannequins, however, meant that the kidnapper also went back into hiding. To this day, I'm left with night terrors about these cases. You have no idea how much it hurts to see these people so upset and you essentially can't do anything. I'll never be able to shake this feeling off for the rest of my life. The people who disappeared before the arrival of the mannequins have been missing for years. God bless their souls, wherever they are. I've been single for the past 12 years. I don't know if I will ever find love again, and I sure as hell hope it doesn't find me. My therapist recommended I give writing a try. Something about closure. I was married once, and I'm still trying to recover from what happened. So here goes nothing. This is my attempt at journaling what happened. Annie was the love of my life. I worshipped the ground she walked on. We had been married 2 years at the time, and they'd been the fastest 2 years of my life. I would say we had a really good thing going. Or at least we did before I found out about Mark. Mark was just a coworker, according to Annie. Maybe he erred on the side of a bit too friendly or lacking boundaries, but those were her words. To me, he was a weirdo who clearly wanted to put a baby in my wife. I thought it was all one-sided until one afternoon when I stumbled upon a video on my wife's phone of Mark taking Annie from behind. It was an unsuspecting Tuesday in June. The summer evening air flowed in through the open windows of the kitchen, carrying with it the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers and freshly cut grass. The sun had just set, casting a warm orange glow across the sky. The sound of crickets and cicadas could be heard in the distance, providing a soothing background noise. As I stood by the sink, I watched as the last bit of light faded away, leaving behind a serene darkness. My neighbor Terry was locking away his mower for the night, as he waved at me from his yard. I truly believe this to be the last happy moment I would experience in my life. Anne was in the shower when I saw it. I needed to go into her Google Calendar and add an appointment or grab a mutual friend's number from her contacts. I don't even remember anymore. All I remember is the message that conveniently popped up as I unlocked her phone. It was from Mark. Is Jack still leaving next weekend for his business trip? Curiously, I tapped the notification and quickly skimmed their message thread together. It looked like it was all innocent enough until I got to the video. The video showed a side profile of what was going on, as if it was propped up on a nightstand. I could tell it was filmed in a crappy hotel, the kind you only stay at when you're either hiding or shooting dope. In the frame, I could see that Mark had his hands firmly planted on Annie's hips and lower back. I'll leave the rest to your imagination. I never thought it would happen to me. My wife, my rock, my everything. My Annie. But when I found the video, I couldn't deny it any longer. My stomach churned as I imagined her in the arms of another man, moaning his name into his ear. My mind spun with thoughts of revenge, of screaming and yelling and breaking things, but deep down, all I felt was hollow emptiness. How could she do this to me? Was I not enough? I wasn't sure how to react, so I didn't. Once Annie was out of the shower and dried off, she came and found me in the living room to let me know she wanted to go to bed. I told her that I would be there shortly, and to not wait up as I wanted to catch up on my show, avoiding eye contact and feigning indifference. The burning I felt in my face was akin to the surface of the sun as she softly spoke. Eventually she left me to my own devices. As the minutes went by, the clock hit midnight and I could no longer stagnate on the couch. I decided a night walk around my neighborhood was what I needed to come up with my next move. I stepped out into the warm summer night, feeling the familiar crunch of gravel beneath my sneakers. The air was thick with humidity, and the scent of freshly cut grass mingled with the sharp tang of gasoline from passing cars. The sky was a deep shade of blue, with stars twinkling like diamonds scattered across a black velvet canvas. As I walked, I felt a sense of peace settle over me, the kind that only comes with the stillness of a summer evening. I passed by houses with windows aglow in soft yellow light, the distant sound of laughter and music drifting through the air. It was a moment of tranquility in an otherwise hectic world, and I savored every step I took, knowing that when I went back home my entire life was going to be different. As I rounded the corner onto the street I lived on, I noticed something odd. Terry, my neighbor, had left his garage door wide open. As I approached, I saw that it was empty, alit with only a warm, incandescent light bulb hanging into the ceiling. That was certainly unusual for Terry, as he was a very fastidious neighbor, and made sure his doors were always locked and his property was all buttoned up. A real square. I walked around the side of the garage and climbed the 3 steps to his front door, and as I raised my hand to knock, the door fell slightly open. Terry peeked around the small crack and looked puzzled as if I had walked in on a private matter. Hey, Terry, it looks like your garage door is wide open, man. Just a heads up, I uttered meekly. Oh, thanks, Jack. I must have left it open when I put my shears away earlier. What are you doing out here so late, by the way? Terry replied, almost suspiciously. Had a rough night. I like to walk sometimes to clear my head, especially if I need to make a big decision, or feel better about something. I confided in my neighbor. Do you want to come in for a drink? I know it's late, but it looks like neither of us are ready for the night to be over. Terry asked, almost too excitedly. I thought about it momentarily, but ultimately decided to take him up on his offer. As I entered his home, I took note that the inside of his house was just as clean as the outside. The faint smell of bleach wafting into my nostrils told me that he was sanitary, clinical even. I followed him sheepishly into his kitchen where he was already putting a bottle of what looked to be bourbon out of his cupboard. He poured me a shot, and this is when things get a bit blurry. We were pounding down shot after shot, admittedly a little too quickly before I started to notice what was happening to me. My heart was rapidly beating in my chest, while my brain seemed to be moving at a snail's pace, and my vision moving even slower. I took a seat at his counter, and inhaled a deep breath of the clean, slightly bleach-smelling air. So, why are you really walking around the middle of the night, Jack? Terry prodded. With his eyes narrowed, he seemed unaffected by the alcohol. I have a tough decision to make tonight. With the wife, you know? I slurred back. Terry nodded. You finally caught on to her and Mark, huh, Jackie boy? It took you long enough. I had them figured out months ago. Did you know that he likes to have your wife in the kitchen too? With the curtains open in the middle of the day? I can see exactly what he likes to do to your wife from my garden shed. Terry stated calmly. My stomach dropped, my heart skipped a beat, and my brain began to freeze in place. I could no longer think. If I was standing, I surely would have stumbled and fell over. It was all too much to take in, especially in my inebriated state of mind. I stared at Terry with tears forming in my eyes, unable to speak. I like you, Jack. You've always been a good neighbor, and you always keep things to yourself. I think I may have something that'll make you feel better. Terry stood up and beckoned for me to follow. I felt like I was in a trance and was falling victim to the power of suggestion. I followed him down the steps to his basement. A narrow hallway opened to a room full of large chest freezers. The room easily was 30 by 30, and each wall had its own row of freezers, with the cords plugged into a slew of longer extension cords. This felt wrong. I knew I should not be down there, and I knew I had to run, but my brain-body connection was non-existent, and I felt like I had no control over my own movements. We reached the back further corner of the freezer room when he approached one of the units in the corner. He pulled the key out of his pocket and unlocked the lid. When he lifted it, I immediately recognized what was inside. There were 2 bodies laying in sardine style. On the right-hand side, I recognized the face of Mark, and it seemed to be permanently frozen into an expression of fear. Primal, unfiltered fear. His throat was cut, and all the blood had been cleaned from the wound to leave a small incision that had not been stitched. My head slowly turned to the left-hand side, where I saw my Annie. She was clearly deceased, and her eyelids were surgically removed. Terry finally spoke. I made her watch, Jack. They drank the same thing you did. They followed me down here with no objections. They even climbed in themselves, and Annie watched helplessly as I drained Mark of his blood. I did you a favor. All your problems have been solved. I did this for you, Jack. Something in me woke up. Instinctually, my legs gained sentience and my brain kicked into overdrive. Before I knew what was happening, I was sprinting out of Terry's front door and was halfway down the block. I reached the end of the street and charged into the local 24/7 corner store where a terrified middle-aged cashier helped me dial the police. The rest of the night was a blur. I was hauled into the police station for questioning, and Terry was arrested on suspicion of over a dozen counts of murder. By the end of that week, it sounded like the prosecutor had planned on letting him ride the lightning in the electric lazy boy, but I knew that could sometimes take a decade or more. He is probably still awaiting his execution. Whenever I am cleaning my house with bleach, I think about Terry. Whenever I go down to the basement of my new house, I think about how annoying it was moving all those old freezers out of there, and how expensive it was upgrading to newer models. College was an agonizing 3 years for me. I was too lazy to sit down and study, so I was the guy who furiously turned the pages in his notebook with deep desperation in his eyes, trying to absorb as much information as he could before the exams. I knew I had to get a grip on myself sometime soon and learn to study, or else I would fail miserably. But that wasn't the case. Barely passing all my subjects, last summer I obtained my degree. Now, past the 3 worst years of my life, I was ready to hunt down a well-paying job and start my independent adult life. 2 months later, I was in my car, a suitcase with all my stuff in the back seat, ready to move back to my mother. Unable to find a job, I struggled with rent, so I had to make an embarrassing call to my mom asking for help. I couldn't ask for money, of course, but I asked her if I could stay with her for a while just until I found a job and could afford rent. She agreed immediately, and it seemed to me from her tone of voice that she was happy to have some company. She has been all alone since my dad died almost 2 years ago. I didn't have any siblings, and most of our relatives lived too far for frequent visits. When my father died, I promised to visit her often, seeing how lost she was without him. Unfortunately, that ceased after just a few occasions. I was always angry at myself when I postponed it, but not too much to make the trip after all. Now we could spend all our time together. Not that it could make up for my lack of visits. It was well in the afternoon when I arrived. I pulled up the driveway, got my luggage, and headed inside. I entered the front door and stopped just taking in the sight of my childhood home, which I hadn't seen in almost 2 years. It wasn't all that long ago, but I felt a sense of nostalgia. I let go of my bag, which landed on the wooden floor with a heavy thud, wondering where Mom could be. I made my way to the living room where I found her sitting in an armchair looking at the TV. "Hey Mom, I'm home," I announced my arrival. I glanced at the TV, walking towards her, interested in what she was watching, so immersed that she didn't even hear me enter the house. The TV, however, showed a blank screen. Finally, she seemed to notice me as she stood up, turning her attention to me. She seemed preoccupied as she gave me a weak hug and said hi. "Hey, your voice is a little raspy. You're not sick, are you?" I asked, a little concerned. She reassured me that everything was okay, and she was as healthy as ever. As I went up to my room to unpack, she went to the kitchen and prepared dinner. I told her it wasn't necessary, and that she could just rest, but she insisted. Putting away my belongings shouldn't have taken long, but something from my old bedroom distracted me every 5 minutes. Every time I found something, I sat down with it, remembering the good times, as if they happened a long time ago, and not just a few years ago. As I sat down with a picture that showed me and my parents at my 10th birthday party, I felt an odd sensation. I could have sworn someone was watching me. The feeling was so strong, I could almost feel the gaze on my back. I looked around the room, trying to calm myself down. It was a pretty stressful time in my life, and it seemed my brain started to tire. I considered skipping dinner and going to sleep, but I didn't want Mom's work to go to waste. And I had one other thing to do while I waited. I sat down at my desk and picked up my phone. "Hey man, what's up?" Danny spoke. Danny was my best friend. We met in elementary school, and as the two troublemakers in class, we quickly bonded in detention. People always told me these early friendships were never lasting, but our friendship was as strong as ever, nearly 2 decades later. "Hey, guess who's back in town?" I asked. "No way. Mr. Big Shot Engineer finally showed his face again, huh?" "Shut up, okay? I'm a bit lost at the moment." "So what? You need me to jump in and save the day? You know I'm ready." He laughed. "No, it's cool. I just wanted to see if you had some free time to hang out or something." As our conversation continued, I was nonchalantly spinning with my chair, looking at nothing in particular when I noticed my door. In the gap of the slightly ajar door was my mother's face. She was looking right at me. As our eyes met, she quickly disappeared. Being so weirded out, I was probably silent for some time as the yells of Danny were what took me back. Quickly ending our discussion, I went downstairs. It was pretty weird, but I surely overreacted. She probably came to get me for dinner and didn't want to disturb me while I was on the phone. Probably. As I was walking to the dinner table, I asked her about it. She pretended like she had no idea what I was talking about. Now it was really weird. Looking down and glancing at my dinner made everything much more bizarre. My mom allegedly cooked for hours, and on my plate, there were simple scrambled eggs. Scrambled eggs with shells in them. Mother wasn't a world-famous chef or anything, but she wouldn't make a mistake like this. Something was wrong. Now I was sure. While I thought about how to bring up the topic again, I hunted down the parts without shells in them. When I finally knew what to say to her, I was shot down almost immediately. I finally told her to go rest a bit while I washed the dishes. Feeling lost and uneasy, I decided to turn in for the night. On my way to my room, I said goodnight to my mom, who was once again sitting in front of the turned-off TV. The next day I woke up at noon. I was really tired if I managed to sleep 15 hours. I was going to meet Dan today. I didn't set an alarm because how could I be late for a meeting that was at 1 p.m.? Well, I managed to do it. After I was ready, I searched for my mom to tell her I'm off. When I finally arrived at the cafe we agreed to meet at, Dan had already ordered 2 coffees for us. Sitting down, I made my excuses, which he ignored, and asked how I was. Time passed quickly as we talked. We had much to catch up on. After we were caught up on each other's life, we fell silent for a while. "So what's wrong?" Dan asked. "What do you mean?" I answered with a question between 2 sips of my coffee. "You have this worried expression. You look like hell, to be honest." He chuckled. "You can tell me, you know." "I'm a little worried about Mom. It's nothing serious, or at least I'd like to think it's not," I confessed. "Is she ill or something?" Now he too had a look of concern on his face. "Yeah, I think so. It's nothing concrete. She just seems really disoriented, like she's confused all the time. I found her watching TV when I arrived, but it was turned off. I also caught her spying on me, and when I confronted her, she pretended like she didn't know what I was talking about." "Well, that's a little weird, but I'm not sure that means she's ill. Everyone has these kinds of days, when you're just spaced out throughout the day. But if you're that worried, take her to a doctor." "But that's the thing. She refuses to see a doctor. I just don't know what to do. She gets so angry when I mention it." "Look, what if you're right? What's worse? Her being upset with you because you force her to see a doctor, or her condition worsening because she didn't get treatment in time?" "You're right," I admitted. "As always," he smiled. "I'll talk to her when I get home, and tomorrow I'll take her to the doctor even if I have to drag her away." The sun was already going down when we said our goodbyes. I told him I'll text him about how it went with Mom and went home. Dan was right. I didn't care if she would be angry. What mattered was her health. There was no time to waste. As soon as I got home, I was determined to convince her it was in her best interest to seek help. I found her in the living room. She was standing in front of the TV, just looking at it silently. "What are you doing, Mom?" I asked in a worried voice. "Oh, I'm just watching TV, son," she said as she turned to me. She only turned her neck, her body still facing the TV. "But it's not even on." "Oh, is that so? I didn't realize." She spoke without any emotion. It was scary to see her like this. "Mom, you have to admit, there's something wrong. Please just let me take you to a doc." Her expression turned into anger so quickly I couldn't finish my sentence. She screamed at me. "No, I already told you. There's nothing wrong. Just leave me alone." With that, she walked towards the front door. "Please wait, Mom," I said as I grabbed her arm. There was something seriously wrong with her. She needed urgent help. I couldn't just let her go. Strangely enough, though, I couldn't stop her. She pulled me along for a few steps as I tried to stop her with more and more power. She finally stopped and looked back at me. Her eyes were so full of anger, it honestly creeped me out. She escaped from my hold and stormed out the door. I called her dozens of times and left voicemails and texts, but no response. I was hoping she was at a friend's, trying to calm down. Something was bothering me, though. Well, as she pulled away from my hold, her skin was loose. I didn't know how else to describe it. When she pulled away, it was like her arm was moving, but her skin remained in my hand, like it was not attached to her or something. I told myself I was just imagining it. It was already a weird situation, and my mind just made it up. I went to sleep assuming she would be home by morning. I woke up in the middle of the night. I had this terrible feeling that I wasn't alone. As I picked up my phone, I saw that it was almost 1 a.m. I turned on the flash to look around the room. As the light shone on the open door, I panicked. I always close the bedroom door before sleep. "Mom?" I stuttered. I wished she would answer me, confirming it was her, but the silence remained. I didn't move. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. After a few silent seconds, something moved. A hand appeared on the wall. It was followed by a face. It was my mother's. She peeked into the room looking at me. I wanted to say something, but nothing came. I was petrified. Her mouth slowly stretched into a grin. At that moment I was sure. Whoever or whatever was standing at the door was not my mother. I hadn't seen my mother since I came home. "Don't worry, son." Her words pulled me back to the moment. "Just go back to sleep. Mom's here." I was so scared I felt like I could die. She probably saw it on my face as she started giggling. As slowly as she appeared, she disappeared behind the wall, but I didn't hear any footsteps. I was too scared to move, but I had to. I had to at least close the door before she came back. I wasn't sure if she would only talk the second time around. It took some time, but I convinced myself to go. I ran to the door, slamming it shut. I pushed the dresser in front of it and sat down against it. I sat there the whole night without sleeping. The next day I went to the police and reported my mother missing. I only told them that we had an argument which ended in her leaving, and I haven't seen her since. I couldn't tell them about the thing that looked like her. I didn't want to be seen as crazy. I didn't want to go back to the house. But where could I have gone? I started applying to every job listing I found, determined to get out as soon as possible. I prayed for the time I had to spend in that house she, or rather it, wouldn't come back. My prayers fell on deaf ears, though. The thing visited me every day and always made sure I would know. Items were misplaced, and sometimes I would find the back door open, or there would be dirty footprints on the floor. But the scariest ones were the messages. I found them scratched into the wallpaper from time to time. They were all along the lines of how it misses me, and that it would come back to me soon. Sadly, as time passed, she became bolder. She came when I was awake. I heard footsteps behind me and found new messages while I was home. She would often knock on the doors and windows. I felt like it was constantly watching me. I couldn't sleep at all. I was too terrified. I was slowly going insane. The last incident happened a week before I moved out. I came home from work. I was beyond exhausted. Work was hard and I didn't sleep for the past 2 days. I sat down on the couch and promptly fell asleep. When I woke up, the sun was already setting. I just sat there trying to cheer myself up, telling myself I could rent a place soon. That's when I felt it. A strange warm feeling on the top of my head, like someone was breathing down on me. I looked up. There I could see something looking down at me with joy in its eyes. Its eyes were terrifying, like a wild animal's. Its skin was like a whole body was badly burned a while ago, and now scar tissues covered it. I could only see the face through something that hung from its head. It was like a rubber mask that melted and stretched out. When I tried to focus on it, I recognized my mother's face. Tears welled up in my eyes as I jumped up and faced the thing. I saw a smile behind the skin it wore as a mask. It spread out its arms. "Give your mother a hug," it said. I started backing up towards the kitchen. "What's wrong, son? Can't you recognize your mother?" At this point I was crying, not only from fear but also cried for my mom. I already knew she was dead, but it was like a dream up until now. A long, terrible nightmare. The smile disappeared from its face suddenly. It leaped at me. I ran into the kitchen, ripped open a drawer, and picked up a knife. I only had time to turn around as the thing crashed into me, and right into the knife as well. With a puzzled look on its face, it moved back a few steps. It let out a horrifying shriek as I grabbed the knife. I didn't wait any longer. I ran out the back door and went for the car. Luckily, I still had my keys in my pocket. I didn't stop until I was out of town. Pulling over, I just cried until I fell asleep behind the wheel. I crashed at Dan's until I found a place to stay. When I found one cheap enough to afford, I went back to that house once more. I collected my stuff, often looking behind me, scared that I would see the thing running at me. When I finished, I went to the kitchen. I saw a trail of dried blood leading to the open back door, and there was something else in the kitchen. In a heap on the kitchen floor, there were big chunks of something rotting away. It was human skin. As far as I can remember, me and Isaac have always been friends. I don't remember how we met. It was so long ago. According to my parents, he was adopted by the pastor as a toddler. One day, we just became inseparable. I glanced at the photos stuck to my bulletin board with colorful pins. They were photos of Isaac and I. Despite everything, my parents considered a milestone. The two of us riding our tiny bikes for the first time. Our first day in middle school. We thought we looked so cool. What a couple of dorks. Us passed out after a sugar rush on Halloween. Isaac's dad didn't let him go trick-or-treating, so I always shared my candy with him at the end of the night. My trip down memory lane was interrupted by my mom's voice yelling from downstairs. "Isaac's waiting. You don't want to be late for your first day." "I swear you grew like a foot over the summer," I said as me and Isaac climbed out of my mom's car. "Maybe you've just shrunk." Isaac laughed. He'd always been the tallest in our grade. We'd made a game out of betting on how long it took the school basketball coach to try and scout him. His silver bracelet shone in the sun as he ran a hand through his hair. I looked down at my own matching one. We'd bought them together, using money from our summer jobs. They were nicer versions of those cheap, broken heart ones that said best friends in some terrible font. "Oh, did you see Gabe?" I asked, noticing how he was still trying to fix his hair. "Listen, if you don't ask him out this year..." I was cut off by Isaac punching my shoulder. I dryly gasped, smiling despite the pain. "Shut up. I'll try and ask him to homecoming," he whispered. The two of us walked to the morning assembly. A sharp metallic whine filled the packed auditorium as the principal tapped his microphone. "Welcome, seniors. I know you're all really excited for the parties this year, but remember, don't stay out too late," the man said, a strained smile on his face. Normally, a small town like ours was pretty safe, but 3 years ago, people started disappearing. It had started with our crazy neighbor. He'd point his hunting rifle at Isaac, and if we ever bent a blade of grass on his lawn. As the years went on, the numbers went up to 2 to 4 people disappearing per month. The town-wide search parties were always fruitless, like the person had just been swallowed up by the ground. I felt something rubbery hit the back of my skull. An eraser. A look behind me showed the school's resident troublemaker, Brent, with a satisfied smile on his face. The guide chose someone new to pick on every year, and it seemed like it was my turn. Great. "He's only doing it because you didn't want to go to the summer bash with him. What a dick," Isaac scoffed, taking the eraser from me and snapping it in half, making sure that Brent saw. "I had food poisoning. I wasn't going at all," I whispered back, cursing my naive self for eating gas station sushi. Brent kept pestering me the following week, throwing balled-up papers with insults written on them, trying to take my lunch money, all that classic bully stuff. "He's not very creative," Isaac said, biting into his dry cafeteria burger. I nodded, noticing a familiar guy approaching our table. "Gabriel," I greeted, watching Isaac's ears turn pink. "Charlie," he greeted back, tipping a non-existent hat. He turned to Isaac with a smile who, unlike an English class, tried his best not to look directly at him. "It's a shame about Saturday, but text me when you're free," Gabe said, resting his freckled hand on Isaac's shoulder for a few seconds, before walking off to his friends. I turned to Isaac, who seemed to be analyzing the nutritional label on his Gatorade. "The guy who you've been crushing on since 5th grade asked you out, and you said no?" I asked. Isaac's brows were furrowed. He sighed. "My dad says I can't be out at night. You know that," he said. It was true. His dad wouldn't let us have sleepovers at my house. We always had to be in Isaac's apartment right above the church. "Not even for this? Can't you just tell your dad..." I was cut off by Isaac slamming his hand onto the table. "No, I can't." He spoke loudly. Isaac had always been a calm guy. I was worried. Something serious had to be happening. "Sorry, can we just not talk about it, please?" he asked, voice weaker. I nodded, and the rest of our lunch break went on in awkward silence. Brent hadn't been at school for a whole week. It wasn't unlike him to skip class, but no one had even seen him on campus. He was reported missing by his parents that week. The usual routine began. Search parties in town and the surrounding woods always came back with bowed heads and flickering hope. He was a pest and a bully, but I couldn't be happy about him being gone. Isaac was sick. He hadn't been at school, and he'd stopped responding to my texts. I tried going to the church to see him, but the pastor ushered me away, saying that his son needed to rest. Something felt off. Isaac would occasionally get sick, but he'd be back quickly, and the pastor's nervous gaze didn't help. I knew where the extra key was hidden. Behind a wooden crucifix on the wall. The pastor was gone, and I let myself in. There were dishes in the sink, 1 plate, and 1 set of cutlery. His room was completely empty, and not just because he wasn't there. All of Isaac's posters were taken down. His dresser was barren, and his bed had no sheets on it. I tried to calm myself, tried to rationalize everything. Maybe he was on his way to my house because he was feeling better. Maybe all of this was just because his room needed new paint. As I exited the apartment, the old key to the church basement caught my eye. I didn't know why at the time, but I instinctively grabbed it. I'd never been in the basement before. Me and Isaac had tried to sneak the key to steal some communion wine. We got caught, and were both grounded. The old stairs creaked as I walked down, squinting in the dark. The basement was only one square room, with a bit of yellow light given by a hanging bulb. Half of the room was sectioned off by thick metal bars, and I could make out a silhouette behind them. It was Isaac, but at the same time, it wasn't. He still had his dark hair, but it was tousled and knotted. His long legs bent unnaturally backwards. They weren't legs at all. He had hooves like a goat. His skin was the same, but dark and coarse fur covered most of it. Long, swirling horns protruded from his head, blood at their base like they'd been torn through his skull. The worst part was his eyes. They weren't the warm brown ones I knew. They were completely pitch black. He looked at me. If he recognized me, he couldn't say it. All that came out was a low snarl. Somehow, I knew that he wasn't threatening me. He was begging for help. Quick footsteps sounded on the stairs. I turned around to see the pasture and my parents. My mom tried holding my hand as my dad sat me down on a chair in the corner. I twisted my hand out of hers. "This is going to sound crazy, but Isaac is a demon," my dad explained, though it raised a million more questions. "You were very sick as a kid, and your father and I tried everything. But you just didn't get better. We were desperate, so we found someone who knew about another way. If you shared your soul with a demon child, everything would be fine." My mom kept her head down. She looked guilty, but we didn't think about the consequences when we summoned Isaac. She sighed. The pastor took over, not even looking at his son. Isaac had to eat, and we found out that demons eat humans. It started when he turned 14, and we let it go on for too long. All those people who went missing, the man said. It all made sense now. The disappearances, and Isaac always getting sick after they happened. "He's only taken people who are mean to you. We think it has something to do with the bond," my dad said, trying to convince himself that it made things better. "Does he know?" I asked, my voice shaking as I looked over to Isaac. He always tapped his foot when he was trying not to be scared. The clicking of his hoof made my head hurt. "No, he knows what he is, but he doesn't know what he's been doing, and it's gotten out of hand," the pastor said, finally acknowledging Isaac. As if on cue, more people came into the basement, all carrying books and crosses. "Don't worry, they're just going to send him back. It's not like in those exorcist movies," my dad spoke. I couldn't believe he thought it was a good time to try and be funny. The phrase echoed in my head, "Send him back." I could guess where that meant. "This is where he belongs. He doesn't know anything else. You can find a way to fix it. He's your son," I yelled to the pastor, who was washing his hand in a bowl of water. I thought he'd be crying. I thought he'd feel regret. His face was completely calm as he turned to me, like being Isaac's dad for 13 years meant absolutely nothing. "Charlie, he is a devil. He should have never been brought to this world. Any affection you feel for him is solely because your parents made that deal. I'm sorry." Those words betrayed his expression. My dad and another pastor held me back as I yelled out Isaac's name until my throat felt raw. They drew a symbol on the floor. Isaac tried to fight them off as they brought him to it, but their hands, washed in blessed water, seemed to burn him. He was thrown into the middle of the circle. Chanting filled the room as the concrete floor started opening, revealing an endless crimson void. Before he fell, Isaac turned to look at me one last time. All of our life together flashed through my head. We were playing pretend in the forest. We were building sandcastles. We were celebrating birthdays. We were staying up all night playing video games. We were psyching each other up to give our crushes Valentines. We were planning to be roommates in college. As the ground beneath his feet crumbled away, I saw him mouth my name, the chanting drowning out his words. Then he fell. I chose a college far away and almost completely cut contact with my parents. I was different without Isaac. I felt like a half of something. Isaac wouldn't have wanted me to waste my life sulking though, so I kept my head up. I have my own kid now. She just turned 5. She keeps telling me that today has been the greatest birthday ever, but I've actually saved the best for last. I carry her on my hip to the garage, her birthday present dangling from her wrist, too big to fit properly. The shine of the silver bracelet makes me smile as I set her down. Sweetheart, this is a very special birthday today. Do you know why? I asked, kneeling to be at eye level with her. Because I saw a giraffe? She excitedly answers, referencing our earlier visit to the zoo. I laugh and reach out to ruffle her hair. That was special too, but I have one last super special gift. I stand up and reach over to grab a book from the shelf. It's old with a ripped leather cover and yellow pages. I found it at my parents' house on my last rare visit. I flicker through it and see the rounded symbol. I grab some chalk and begin drawing on the garage floor. My daughter is watching me with piqued interest. She loves drawing in our driveway. She's my everything and I only want the best for her. And I know what's best. I know how to ensure that she's safe, and that she always will have someone to rely on. Today is the day that you get to meet your new best friend. Sometimes I heard them at night. The sounds they made as they moved between the houses would wake me. I would lie there paralyzed, held under the weight of their presence until they were gone. Then I would go back to sleep and forget about it as if it had never happened. Sometimes I dreamt of a ringing phone. It's called the Alaskan Triangle, a huge area of wilderness within the 3 points of Barrow Anchorage and Juneau. The missing person rate is more than double the national average, with 17,000 people going missing in the last 30 years. When I went there, I intended to stay less than a week. I didn't come back for 10 years. My family reported me missing, but it was hopeless. I had been both arrogant and careless in my travel plans. I didn't stay in regular touch with anyone, didn't leave a detailed itinerary. I doubt they would have found me anyway, tucked away in a forest valley miles from any road. A Canadian journalist is writing a novel about what happened in that place, including my time there. Her name is Lauren Roberts, and the book is called The Black River Cult. I haven't read any of it yet, but I can tell you one thing for certain. It's not the truth, because I'm the only one who knows that. I don't really want to talk about my life before, or my family. I will do so only if it's relevant. This all started for me in 1991. I was 22, and in college studying cinematography. In truth, there was not enough studying and too much partying. Despite my morning academic failures, I did exhibit a genuine talent for photography. It was the one thing I could always find time for. So, perhaps unsurprisingly, my finest achievement stemmed from it. Whilst taking pictures of birds in an abandoned factory, I had the idea for my first and only publication. It was a collection of photographs of American ghost towns. The shots of each location were accompanied by a brief history of the site, and any particularly interesting local tales. It became a surprise hit and was successful enough to buy me time and expenses for a sequel. I dropped out of college without a second thought to work on it full time. I decided to expand the scope to include both North and South America, featuring less locations with more detail on each. I was ambitious, full of ideas and energy. I was also stupid, selfish, and ignorant. Within a month, I had been shot at in Colombia, hospitalized for illness in Brazil, and failed to even find my target in Mexico. My fourth location was to be a site in Alaska. I still lived in Seattle after going to school there, so I thought I'd take the scenic route and drive myself. I spent a beautiful couple of weeks passing through Vancouver and British Columbia on the way to Anchorage, listening to music and watching those sunsets. I was as happy as I'd ever been in my life, but didn't realize it at the time. We never do we? That's when you're truly happy, I think. When you are chasing what you want. So on I went. I was searching for an abandoned mining town in the south of the Brooks Range, a site that should have been untouched by humans for 80 years. Rather predictably, I got lost. I ended up driving in the dark, which I had promised myself I wouldn't do, trying to read a map by torchlight. What an idiot. At daybreak, through binoculars, I spotted what I believed was my destination. I could see a gated-up tunnel entrance and some old fencing on a distant mountainside. I set off, full of relief, and promptly managed to get lost again. Thankfully, I was in no rush. At that time of year, sunset wasn't until after 11 p.m. In the end, I never even made it there, because I found something else. There had been no sign of the place until I was almost on top of it, exploring a side road, which was more than a worn path. In hope of a shortcut, I caught sight of something through the trees. It was a church surrounded by half a dozen smaller houses. It looked decades old, but I couldn't give an age with any degree of certainty. Every building was badly weathered, paint stripped from rotting wood, doors and windows mostly gone. 2 of the homes had collapsed completely. The church itself was a simple cross design. I'd estimate only 20 meters or so in length with a 10-meter tower. The entire area was flooded with dark, still water which averaged a foot or so depth around the buildings. Elsewhere it was impossible to tell. Past the town I could see a shallow river, the water strangely black from whatever it was carrying out of the hills. There were no signs of any people, vehicles, or animals. A piece of history, frozen in time, held still in an ink-dark pool. I was delighted. This was even better than what I had planned. With a smile, I exited the car and took a deep breath of the crisp air, marveling at my discovery. I remember thinking as I stood there, how many sites like this were there in the world? After images of life, places that people never even lay eyes on for decades at a time. Who even founded this place? Where did they go? I had a routine for work and got straight into it, as well as my camera equipment. I had, for the first time in my life, a loaded gun. As unlikely as it was that I would encounter wolves, it was still a possibility. Buying and learning to use a gun was about the only sensible thing I actually done before leaving. If I recall correctly, I began by taking some distant shots, working my way back in from the road. I wanted to record how I had discovered the place. Then several wide shots, taking in the entire site in a single frame. The silence of the area struck me as much as anything. I was in the wilderness, yet it was deathly quiet. I never saw an animal, not so much as a rabbit or a bird. There was barely a breeze, and the water was still as black glass. I photographed the river, then the surrounding valley. It was thickly forested on all sides, which kept the old buildings in almost constant shade. While taking these pictures, I realized just how difficult this place would be to find, even from the air. No wonder I had never heard of it. I worked for a couple of hours trying to get the best angles with the changing light, even wading through the water for better spots. It was at least knee-deep in most places and bitterly cold. On one occasion, I actually had to break some ice to plant my feet. I remember I was at the front of the church, a few feet out into the water when I heard it. Something moving. There was a crack like a piece of wood being snapped, then a splash. I saw ripples on the surface come out from behind the church. I stood there, frozen to the spot. I even held my breath in the silence. There was nothing more. No sound or sign of movement. This was stupid, I told myself. It was an old building. Things fall apart. Maybe a nesting bird knocking something over. Though I hadn't seen any yet. I waited, quiet and stationary, for another minute or so. Nothing. I took a long look around. Not a thing had changed except my car now looked uncomfortably far away. I had considered moving it in closer, but was afraid of getting stuck in mud. I shook myself, irritated by my own reaction. I was being a spineless fool, I thought. A bit of wood falls and suddenly I'm terrified. I had work to do. More than anything, I wanted to shoot inside the church. I could see only a little through the missing front doors, which wasn't nearly enough. I couldn't help myself. I knew I would regret it forever if I didn't at least try. The pictures from outside were good, but I wanted to capture people's imaginations. And for that, I needed to see inside. So I moved forward again, one shuffled step at a time. The depth of the water stayed consistent, and there were no ripples but the ones I made myself. It took a few minutes, but I reached the doorframe and hauled myself through. It wasn't what I had expected. The floor of the main hall had been almost completely torn up, leaving only a few feet of floorboard around the edges. Where the floor had been was only black water, as still as it was outside. The remains of a pew floated on the surface. What had been the pulpit leaned broken over the pool, as if ready to tumble in itself. What happened here? An earthquake? I looked for a stable piece of flooring, then started to edge my way around against the wall. The wood beneath me collapsed. It felt instantaneous. The water suddenly all around me in my mouth, crushing me in its grasp as I sank. My feet never touched the bottom, so I'll never know how deep it really was. It couldn't have lasted for more than 30 seconds, but it still shakes me to recall. The adrenaline, the stinging cold, that rush of panic that shuts out the world. I managed to kick and claw my way back to the surface then, gasping for air, dragging myself into the nearest piece of flooring. I was soaked through and shaking uncontrollably. I had lost my gun, lost a boot, and cut my forearm, which was now dripping blood. To top it all, the doorway was now out of reach on the other side of the hall. Unless I wanted to go back in the water. At least my camera was waterproof. I was furious with myself. In all honesty, it makes me angry even now just writing it down. Stupid, stupid, stupid. What had I been thinking? What had possessed me to take such an idiotic and pointless risk? Now I only had a few hours till sunset, and the temperature was plummeting. But I was safe, I told myself, in an effort to calm down. No broken bones, no serious wounds, no ongoing danger. I just had to work my way back to the car and I would be fine. It was an accident, nothing more. Eventually I managed to price out a loose window frame and clambered through. My prayers were answered and there was a shallower area leading to drier land, although not in the direction I wanted. Still, I had no choice. I wanted away from that water and back to my car. The sun was going down. I was shivering with cold and despite my best efforts beginning to panic. I finally made it out of the water, but now I was on the opposite side from my vehicle. I was looking for a route back to it when I saw the path, clearly worn in the grass. It led into the foothills, following the river. Animals, maybe, I told myself. Maybe not. I had started to cough, a strange taste in my mouth from the water I had swallowed. I went a little up the path, hoping it might fork off around the buildings. The coughing continued, so hard it made me dizzy. I walked further, getting out of sight of my car. I wasn't thinking clearly. I can see that now. That's when I saw people further up the hillside watching me. I stumbled, trying to shout for help, but I couldn't get the words out. I was struggling for breath. Despite the cold, I could feel myself sweating heavily, my chest burning and head spinning. I must have passed out because that's the last thing I remember. What followed will be incredibly difficult to explain. In the 10 years after discovering the church, my memories are both vague and sporadic. The order of events and time between is unclear. Like trying to recall things from preschool age. I was living in a village with approximately 30 others, an hour's walk away from the abandoned church. I have no recollection of traveling there, or agreeing to stay. In my last clear memory, I am coughing, retching, desperate. In the next, I am a villager, in a concealed settlement in the hills. I have a daily routine I follow, and I have no intention of ever leaving. I had become a completely different person, but seemed unaware of the change. It's more like remembering a film than my own life. The memories of those years are all surface, no layers of nuance to the thoughts. I was myself, but not myself, as if parts of me were missing or sealed away. The closest analogy would be sleepwalking, but in truth, it wasn't like that at all. There were rare, clear images. Occasionally something would upset me, but the feelings would be quickly pushed away, and I would return to passivity. These moments seemed to stay with me for some reason, as unpleasant as they were. An example, I remember once watching the pigs we kept as they ate and slept in their pen. One was to be slaughtered that night. Watching them filled me with a sickened dread, yet I had no idea why. I should describe life there, I think, before I go any further. How I spent the decade. There were 6 homes in 2 rows of 3, well concealed in the thick forest. I'm using the term homes quite loosely here. I've seen tents that were more complex. 2 doors, 1 front and 1 rear. 2 floors with no further segregation of rooms. No windows or running water. They would actually be better described as shelters. One of them had 6 wooden cots downstairs, but otherwise we slept on blankets on the floor. There were some vehicles there of varying ages and conditions. I never saw any used for any purpose. We had pigs the first few years I was there, but they didn't last. We foraged for food, hunted, and fished in the surrounding area. What we caught was cooked over an open fire. The Black River ran past us a few minutes' walk away. Once a week, at daybreak, we went together down to the church. In silence, we would line up and kneel at the water's edge. Usually this lasted only a minute or so. I have no idea why we did this, and I don't believe I knew then either. I only understood that it had to be done. I witnessed what appeared to be panic attacks among the others, particularly at the waterside. They would calm quickly, of course, as I would. Then we all forgot about it as if nothing had happened. I never thought about my family, or friends, or life before. Or perhaps I did, and it was simply pushed down and forgotten before I could grasp it. I know I still dreamt. I know this because the panic of waking from these dreams was the strongest emotion I felt, and it was always the same dream, a ringing phone. I never saw anyone touch except at night when we huddled together for warmth. I have very short memories of intensely painful migraines, always when I strayed too far from the river. I've just received an advance copy of the book, which I wasn't expecting, since I declined to give Miss Roberts an interview. To be fair to her, she didn't press the issue. The first chapter covers what the police found on the site. It's a strange feeling to see these pictures after so many years. I don't quite know how to describe it. There was no one there when they first arrived. Every house was empty. After searching from the officers followed the river down to the church. One of them found a piece of clothing floating on the water. When they pulled it out, it was still attached to a broken collarbone. The situation progressed quite dramatically after that. Teams of forensic specialists and investigators. After further discoveries, they decided to drain the water from the site, and they found more bones, thousands of bones, at least 90 individuals dating back over 100 years. Life in that place changed for me in June of 2001, 10 years after I first arrived. 5 of us had been out hunting, and by the time we returned, 3 of us were vomiting and feverish. I don't know what caused it. Water we shared perhaps, but there could be any number of reasons. I was one of those affected. The fever nearly killed me, leaving me delirious and hallucinating. I don't recall it clearly, of course. Not at all. I would guess I was in and out of consciousness for almost a week. I thought I could hear that ringing phone, the one from my dream. It was somewhere in the house. I was sure of it. If only I could get up and I could find it. Why couldn't someone answer it? Then I would slip back into unconsciousness. And so it went. Eventually the fever broke and I opened my eyes. I lay on one of the cots, my clothing soaked in sweat and blood running from my nose and down my chest. The room was bare other than the beds and a jug of water. I was alone and I could hear no one else nearby. Pain, exhaustion, fear, all these things are easy to understand as we have all felt them. But I don't think I can truly convey the confusion I experienced in any relatable way. I hardly knew who I was, never mind where or when. Despite this, there was a freshness to my thoughts, a new clarity. I felt changed, almost like sobering up. I had to use the toilet, so I began to struggle to my feet. I knew the toilet was outside, though I couldn't have told you how I knew or when I had last used it. I called for help, but there was no answer. Someone had clearly cleaned me and brought me water, so I was certain there were still people nearby. But who and where? As I exited the rear door, a terrible migraine struck me, a pressure like I have never experienced before or since. People use words like unbearable far too casually. This was truly unbearable. It is no exaggeration to say I would have chosen death over that pain if it had continued. I staggered through the trees, almost blind with the pain, shaking, legs buckling under me. I may have cried out, but I don't think I would even have known. I fell and lay on my side. A sudden flow of blood from my nose terrified me even through the pain. Something spasmed behind my eyes, and I heard a crack. I must have been paralyzed by what was happening because I neither moved or made any sound. More cracks were followed by a fresh explosion of pain, and I had the first seizure of my life. Then darkness. I thought I was going to die, was certain of it in fact. I don't know how long I lay there. When I came fully around, there was a foul taste in my mouth, and I felt open wounds on my tongue and gums. I could hear breath rasping through the swollen throat. My eyes focused, and mine cleared. In the mud beside me, there was a bloodied lump of flesh. It was perhaps the size of a walnut, a smooth oval. Red and black with dozens of hair-like tendrils extending from the edges. It moved, just a fraction of an inch, twitching, then stopped. I tried to stand, to get back to the house, but the pain overwhelmed me again. My head swam and I collapsed within a few meters. This time, I was out for several hours. I was examined by a doctor when I escaped this place. Several doctors, in fact. The skull fracture between my eyes appeared to have been caused by internal pressure. They said they had never seen anything like it in a living patient. My nose was broken. My sinuses and throat were massively inflamed and lined with deep tears. A CT scan revealed extensive scarring, particularly in my frontal and prefrontal lobes. Brain damage is the simple term. I have never, and will never, recover from these things. Headaches, tremors, confusion. I still have seizures. These things, among others, will accompany me until I die. When I woke up again, I had been carried back to bed and cleaned. I realized this was the extent of the care I could expect. There would be no real medical attention there. No medication. I heard people downstairs this time, but I couldn't move. Couldn't even open my swollen eyes. Pain, then sleep. A night passed. In the morning I could sit up and think clearly again. I examined myself in more detail. My hands were dirty. In fact, all of me was. My clothing was a patchwork of poor repairs. I had long hair tied back and a graying beard. What had happened to me? What had been the thing I had choked up in the grass? After several attempts, I made it to the doorway and looked out. Some of the other villagers were gathering firewood. I watched them in silence for several minutes. They moved slowly, pausing between each action. No one spoke. There was no eye contact. Where had these people come from? Had they arrived here like myself? Were they sick? There were both men and women of many ages and ethnicities, all severely underweight. The men had beards and long hair like I did. Many had visible wounds or sores on their skin, dry lips and dead eyes. There were missing fingers, presumably from frostbite. Something flickered in the back of my mind and I pulled off one of my battered shoes. I was missing 2 toes myself. I had no recollection of it happening. I realized I was seeing things as they really were, for the first time since I had arrived. I tried with increasing desperation to recall the last few years. Had I been like them for all this time? The only memories I could conjure were disconnected snapshots, tiny fragments of the years. Through them all was a vague sensation of being prompted, urged to do these things. A feeling of always being watched and guided. Too weak to walk any further, I returned to the cot. I figured whoever had been bringing me water would return eventually. Then I could get some answers. It was a woman who came just before sunset. She walked in with a fresh jug of water, eyes staring blankly. She saw that I was awake, replaced the water, then left without a word. I called after her, but she ignored me. That night, others came to sleep in the house, but never so much as looked at me and would not respond to any questions. The next day, hunger forced me outside. Some clearer memories had started to return, but it was a slow process. I knew I usually helped with fishing and hunting. That was my duty in the village. Food was community taken once in the afternoon. I got through that day, ate with the others, and followed along with them as they went to sleep. Small parts of my old life were also coming back to me. Flashes of my childhood, names, lyrics of songs. I remembered my parents and cried like a baby. Were they looking for me? I wondered. At that point I didn't know how long I had been away. Did they even know I was still alive? Were they? I remembered the front door of an apartment in Seattle. It was my home, or at least it had been. Among these memories were flashes of terrible scenes, some half-recalled nightmare filtering through, images of people being torn apart, wide-eyed and wide awake, staring into space as they died, as if they didn't feel a thing. They were real memories. I was sure of it. I had seen these things happen. Over and over I would touch on the truth and my mind would recoil from it. Something I should be afraid of. Something that came at night. There are photographs of many of the villagers in Lauren Roberts' book. Smiling pictures with family members from their lives before. Some faces I recognized. There were names and backgrounds for each of them. When they went missing, what remains were found of them. Perhaps only a jawbone, or a wedding ring. Dozens of photos and not one of them made it back to those lives. Miss Roberts has quite the theory about it all. She thinks these people went there to escape their own lives, that they were sucked up by just another cult, hidden away from modern life. She thinks it was a twisted religion which lived and died out of sight in the cold. She thinks these people killed each other one at a time and put the bodies in the water. Then the last few fled. She thinks all the evil in the world comes from men and women. She is wrong about all these things. I had planned to leave the village as soon as I was strong enough. In the meantime, I struggled to play along. It was like living and speaking with mute children. Everything so basic, so simple. Anything out of the ordinary was pushed away and ignored. They would stare into space for hours on end. So I planned and prepared, hoarding extra clothing and food and trying to remember. I had been dreaming again of the ringing phone when I woke. It was pitch black outside, maybe 1 a.m. if I had to guess. I heard others in the house getting up and going downstairs. They seemed even more oblivious to their surroundings than usual. I followed. No idea what was happening, but wary of being singled out. We fled out into the moonlit street. Everyone had gathered in front of their houses, shivering in the cold. There was a sick feeling rising in my stomach, something trying to be remembered. They all lined up on either side of the street, heads down, silent and waiting. I copied, taking my place with my eyes on the ground at my feet. A memory was rising from the dark. It comes here from the water at night. I heard something moving through the trees. No one else seemed to have noticed. Remember, it walks down the line between us. I was too afraid to run at this point or even raise my head. There was movement at the edge of my vision, near the end of the street. Heavy footsteps, long, slow breathing, and the smell of stagnant water. It was coming closer. I could make out 2 thin legs, but the feet had sunk into the wet ground. The skin was dark red and black like the parasite I had choked up onto the grass. Closer. The upper body towered over me, and I could feel it there. Feel the heat from it. It had come level with me. Only a few feet away. There was a pain in my chest, and I thought, now was the time. Run or die. Now. It passed by. I nearly bit through my tongue, holding in my breath. Then, as relief had begun to wash through me, the figure stopped, sniffing the air. It took a step back, leaning in toward me. A long skeletal hand touched my face, and a nail scraped slowly down my cheek, leaving a line of red. Now. Someone opposite panicked and ran. Their feet splashed in the mud as they raced for the tree line, stumbling and crying out in the dark. The thing lunged away from me toward the runner. It was frighteningly fast, covering the distance before I even realized what was happening. I didn't dare raise my head, so saw only part of what happened. The man who had fled was pinned face down, helpless. It held him there, apparently without effort, as he fought to free himself, and it began to eat him, beginning with the back of the head, neck, and shoulders. A second one rushed forward out of the darkness and snatched at a leg, pulling it free. The man was screaming, a desperate, incoherent howl, begging for anyone to help him, for God to help him. We all stood there as it happened, still and quiet. Here it was, the truth behind my nightmares. When it was over, we faded back into the houses, no sign of what happened on anyone's face but mine. I recognized the man who had ran, who had saved my life in doing so. He was one of the others who had been hunting and got sick, like me. Had he been through what I had since then, surviving the fever, then playing along as he planned to escape? We had sat together at meal the day before, side by side in silence. I could remember all the other times now, all those taken from the line and eaten alive in the dirt. They never cried out, never fought or ran. They never made a sound. At daybreak, I stole a motorcycle and all the gasoline I could. The 3 other vehicles I had tried didn't even start. The bike was from a more recent addition to the camp, but I couldn't remember who. I waited till no one was nearby, then set off, heading the opposite way from the water. I thought my old car might still be there, but the thought of going near that church was too much. I didn't look back. I would drive until I ran out of gas. I figured I would rather die alone in the wild than face another night there. It was luck more than anything that saved me. When the gas ran out, I walked for 2 days. Nearly died of cold both nights, despite my preparations. It had been any other time of the year, I wouldn't have made it, not even close. A trucker found me on the Dalton Highway, lying unconscious at the side of a road. I don't even remember it. He took me straight to the nearest town, saved my life. His name is Kyle and he became a grandfather last year. We still message each other from time to time. When I woke in a hospital bed, I asked for the police. Then I called my mom and dad. It wasn't an easy conversation as my memory still had more gaps than pieces. At first, I don't think they even believed it was me. Details came back slowly, over many months. Faces, names, places, feelings. Eventually, my parents took me home and I stayed with them until I had recovered. Physically, at least. One day in the hospital, I heard a phone ringing in the hall, and the memory finally returned. Here it was at last. I had a girlfriend, Abby. Her face, her voice, it all came back. A wash of images and emotions. We had been seeing each other for 6 months, the longest relationship I had ever had. I thought I loved her. I told her I did. Something else. The last thing I'd done before leaving for Anchorage 10 years earlier. The day I had called her to say goodbye and tell her I would be back in a few weeks. She was quiet for a moment, then said she was pregnant. She sounded scared. And how did I respond? I hung up the phone in a fit of temper. Angry, selfish, young, and stupid. I didn't want a baby. I felt like she had done this to try and steal my future. I was an idiot. A 22-year-old boy who didn't want to deal with real life. Who could look at the world and only see himself. She tried to phone back, but I walked away, leaving it ringing. So I lost them both. My daughter, who I never met, died in an accident age 4. Her mother left the country after that. I asked my parents and friends about her, but she had never told them the truth. Eventually I managed to track down her brother. He was the one who explained what had happened, but he didn't know where she was. No one had heard from her in years, he said. Eventually I stopped trying. All it could do was hurt us both. The police went to the Black River site while I was still in hospital, somehow finding it even with my laughable directions. I never told them the whole truth of what happened, of course. They would have thought I had lost my mind, and understandably so. I don't think they even believed my edited version until they found those first bones. I had lived a lie for 10 years. That time was lost, stolen from me. Since I came back, I've just lived a different lie. A pieced together impression of the man I was before. I would like to say I've recovered, but it would be a lie. I think about that place every day. It's difficult to be a part of things now, to feel things as I used to. I've never married or had children, never rebuilt old friendships. Even now, decades later, I'm afraid to have anything, wondering when another phone will ring and everything will change again. Truth is, I don't know. Living in northern Minnesota and being a horror lover, I was always paranoid but skeptical of the not deer. I thought I might have had a few encounters, but you can't be sure when you don't come face to face with something. I'm a see it before you believe it kind of guy. Now, of course, I believe. Good Lord, do I believe, because I think I pissed one off. Like I said, I live in northern Minnesota. I have a big German shepherd, her name is Stella, that I love to take on walks in the nearby woods. The forest is massive, but it's beautiful. I've never gone in too deep or at night. Being eaten by a bear isn't exactly on my bucket list. But a buddy of mine likes to go deer hunting in the woods during hunting season. He likes going in deep and camps out for days. He invited me along since it was that time of year, and reluctantly, I agreed. Stella came with for some added protection. I was no good with a gun, but I did bow hunting, so I packed up my weapon of choice, some clothes and whatnot. The basics and then some. Then some being a six-pack and some backup Newports. I know, Newports are blah. We hiked our way out of Mason's favorite hunting spot, a small field near a river. We set up camp in the field, and for the first night, we just talked and went to bed. Come morning, it was hunting time. We woke up about 8 in the morning and got to it. All dolled up in camo, we sat patiently with the trees, waiting for a thirsty deer. We missed 2, caught 1. Not too shabby. We headed back to camp, ate dinner, drank a little. I noticed Stella was on edge. I figured she'd heard a noise out in the woods. "What is it, Stella? Squirrel scared ya?" I laughed and patted her on the head. "No, wait, listen," Mason said, and I did. "Do you hear that?" I gave him a "are you messing with me" look. I heard nothing but the fire crackling. After listening a little closer, I realized what he meant. I heard nothing. No frogs, no crickets, no birds, no rustling in the surrounding woods. Okay, now I'm freaked out. Then I saw something. It was on all fours, kinda hunched over and massive. Of course, a bear. Must have scared everything off, but it looked real thin for a bear. I got out my bow, lining up the shot. No way in hell was I getting eaten by some starving bear tonight. Mason didn't protest, so I shot. It hit the bear, but it didn't react. A few seconds later, it's charging at us at full speed. "What is that?" I screamed. Stella went running into the forest, and me and Mason were frozen in fear. That was no bear. It looked deformed, gray, thin, and it was tall. Wendigos don't look like what you see in mainstream media. The skin is gray and tight, their bodies bony, and the teeth are huge. Mason quickly grabbed his gun, but a few rounds did nothing. We ran towards the tree line as fast as we could, but it was gaining on us. "It's a Wendigo. Ethan, we need to hide," Mason yelled. We made a rapid dash into the forest. We ran on rocks over the river, but I slipped and fell into the water. Mason quickly helped me up. Surely the monster was even closer now. We jumped over a fallen tree and took cover by it. Fast footsteps approached us and we could hear it, its breathing sounding musty. And the smell was pungent like a rotting body. I held a finger to my lips, telling Mason to be quiet. I had a hand over my mouth to muffle my breathing. When it finally left, we slowly left our hiding spot. Running back to our campsite, we only grabbed what we needed before heading our way back to the trails. We were far out, about 12 miles, and we knew it would take a long time to find our way back in the dark. After half an hour of walking, we sat to take a break. It seemed like we were safe now. I was worried sick about Stella, my sweet girl, but we had to keep going. That's when I heard a familiar barking a few yards out. "Stella?" I yelled. "Stella, come here, girl. It's all right, Stella." I ran towards the sound, happy to find my dog. The barking started coming from all around me and I was confused. Then it stopped suddenly. It was dead silent again. I felt my body freeze and my heart stop. "Ethan, get back here. It's a trap. The Wendigo is mimicking Stella. Run!" Mason yelled out to me. No, this can't be happening." Then I heard Mason scream. I whispered an apology and ran. I didn't know where I was going, but I ran like hell. I heard it following me, the fast, inhuman running. Then suddenly I was tackled to the ground. The thing looked me dead in the eyes, inching closer and closer, drooling on me. It had blood on its mouth. Blood. Mason's blood. It sunk its teeth into my shoulder. I screamed and shoved a finger into its eye. It popped. It was disgusting. The thing got off me screaming and putting a hand over its eye. I took the opportunity to run. My shoulder burned. It took a chunk when it got off. I knew I was definitely going to have a scar after this. All I could do was run. I just kept going until finally it all went black. I was found the next day by park rangers and now I'm in the hospital. I've been here for a few days being treated for a serious infection, blood loss, and I might need surgery on my shoulder and back. Turns out I damaged my spine when I was thrown to the ground. Mason hasn't been found and I'm not sure I want to know what happened to him. On a good note, they found Stella. She found some campers and they took care of her. I'm still scared. I live right next to those woods. At night I can't sleep and sometimes I'll hear tapping on the window. I'm on the 7th floor, so I hope to God it's just my imagination. If those things can climb, I'm fleeing the country. Sometimes I hear something saying my name and it sounds like Mason. But not Mason. If anything happens, I'll update, but for now, I'm just gonna relax while I recover. Please, for the love of God, do not piss off a Wendigo. Last week, my friend Alex started to exhibit symptoms of, well, let's call it an unusual skin condition. On Monday, during our econ lecture, he complained about small bumps and blisters forming on his back. I brushed it off and reminded him that changing one's bed sheets every 6 months, along with an irregular hygiene schedule, the man smelled like he needed a shower then and there, could do that to a college frat boy. Ignoring my stab, as if he'd barely recognized it, his attention focused on something else entirely. He said the bumps felt and looked a bit like chicken pox. Have you had chicken pox? I asked him, as childhood memories of small, red, prickly points bedazzling me and my sibling's skin blushed into my mind. Picturing an adult having chicken pox felt out of place, the word itself so closely tied to childhood. Like a grown man crying as their ice cream fell on the floor. Of course I've had chicken pox, Alex replied. Why else would I compare this to chicken pox? Well, maybe it's something else then. Alex was obviously annoyed at me, but couldn't help but chortle out a laugh through gritted teeth. The next time I heard from Alex was on Wednesday. He texted me that he'd be ditching class that morning to go see a doctor. He wasn't the type of guy to visit any medical professionals, let alone a doctor. Once he'd broken 2 of his fingers playing basketball, and he'd just taped them up for a month and waited for the bones to heal. Granted, both fingers did heal, but once they cocooned out of his homemade cast, materials, toilet paper, and duct tape, they pointed in different directions, the bones having healed in a curved pattern. When he got sick, he'd cite research concerning superbacteria, which would, according to him, ransack humanity if we kept prescribing antibiotics for everything from common flus to random pains. And of course, he was correct, albeit also not. But that was Alex for you. In one swift sentence, he could go from well-informed and dignified university student to a baboon flinging stuff at the wall. So if Alex was going to a doctor, he'd have to be real scared. I wished him luck, and reminded him that it was probably nothing serious. On Friday, I hung out with him during lunch. We'd made plans before. After, he said everything went okay at the doctor's. As I carried my meal, a slice of pizza and a nondescript sweet bun, on a wobbly and twisted plastic platter, I spotted Alex sitting alone at a big, round metal table, the ones that were made for 6 or more people. His hands were under the table, and a hoodie, the same one he always wore, and by which I recognized him, veiled his face as he slumped forward on his chair. The lunch hall was packed, but it seemed like no one dared to sit next to him. As I approached the table, I realized why. Alex looked half dead, his skin pale and his posture constantly trying to nestle his body toward a fetal position. Although the baggy hoodie gave his torso a Michelin Man look, his arms and back made contact with the thick fabric, and those parts were bumpy, like he'd stuffed rocks of varying sizes under the sleeves and back side. Some of those rocks seemed to pulsate, moving independently of him. "Hey, Alex," I uttered unsurely, my voice immediately unveiling the concern I felt. Alex looked up and smiled, still keeping his hood on. His face was ravaged by blisters and bumps, which is when I realized what the rocks under his sleeves and back were. He smiled half-heartedly, and as his face moved, so did the clusters of red blisters. Something caught in the fluorescent light, and shining as if coated by sugar. Super acne? I thought. Immediately annoyed at myself for making a joke, even if it was only to myself. "Hey man, so whatever this is seems to be real," he said. "And I'm a real swamp thing now, I guess." I sat down opposite of him, noticing that on his platter he only had a bottle of water and a half-eaten apple. He looked like he needed about 17 Big Macs and 5 chocolate milkshakes. "Dude, are you okay? What did the doctor say?" I asked. "Well, they don't really know what it is," Alex replied. He took a pause before continuing, his face forming a slight frown. I thought I saw pus leaking down his neck. "I mean, they don't know what it is, but they said it shouldn't be too harmful. The spots started to get real itchy, like something was tickling the insides of my skin. The doctor prescribed this ointment that I need to lather over all the spots. That was fine until I got more and more of them. I woke up to like 20 new spots every day. And yes, you perv, I may or may not be lathered in the stuff right now, like a lubed up. I did always think you held a slight resemblance to, I replied, although the mood immediately rejected the joking atmosphere, even if Alex feigned a smirk. Have you gone back to the doctor, though? That doesn't seem normal, man. Alex gave a long sigh and burrowed his elbows on the table. The doc said there really isn't much to do right now, unless I come up with a fever or other symptoms relating to an infection or something. I should just try to rest and keep monitoring the situation. Sounds like BS. My words clocking Alex on the chin and grabbing his attention. I'm sorry to say this, but you look like hell. You need to go back there and not leave until they help you out. That's not normal. Even if I wanted to, they won't see me until Monday. They're only open for emergencies for the weekend. This is an emergency, I said. Not according to them, it's not. The frown started taking on traits of frustration. Fine, go to a private clinic then, I insisted. With what money? You know I'm broke. Alex argued and lifted his arms as if to show all the money he did not have. Man, okay, fine. But you promised to go first thing on Monday, and if it gets worse, just go into the ER anyway. Okay, fine. You're right. I'll book the appointment today, okay? Alex didn't fight me on the subject further. I guess my reaction upon seeing his face was enough confirmation needed for him to believe the situation was serious. After I was done with my lunch, and he had nibbled on another quarter of his apple, we left for our respective dorms. I insisted that he text me for anything he might need, and to eat some real food and rest for the weekend. He nodded in agreement and gave me a sincere thanks. As Monday rolled around, I hadn't heard a peep from Alex. He didn't show up for econ, and I didn't see him at lunch either. After lunch I texted him, "Hey, how'd the doctor go?" No answer. Later, as I checked again if he'd replied, I noticed he hadn't even read the text. The checkmark under my message still grayed out. After my final lecture of the day ended, I decided to trek up to his dorm and see if he was in his room. Genuine concern gritted my facial muscles into an angry frown as I walked across campus to the large brick building. Alex was sloppy regarding timetables, responsibilities, and other adulting activities, but even for a frat boy this type of communication breakdown was concerning. As I entered the building and started to climb up the stairs toward the third floor, true concern gripped me, and I readied myself to call an ambulance. I'd never called one before, but for some reason I felt like tonight I'd need to. At best, he'd have gotten better and celebrated by drinking himself dumb. At worst, I thought, I'd find him drenched in sweat, running a high fever, and him mumbling something about super bacteria. I couldn't picture any good endings at that moment, and readied myself for the worst. I knocked on his door, winded from the long stairs. No answer. I put my ear up to the door and listened. I could hear someone talking in the neighboring room, indicated by a distinct muffling of the sound which was present in all dorms. But Alex's room was dead quiet. "Alex, hey, it's me. You in there?" I asked as I knocked on the door for the second time. After another pause, I thought, screw it. I guess I'll just break in then. Although the university scalped each student from hundreds of thousands of dollars, they didn't allocate much of their funding towards maintaining their buildings. The dorms sported a lot of 80s flair in the form of wallpaper, furniture, and most importantly, doors and door locks. Years and years ago, someone had figured out that lifting the door up slightly from the handle and then yanking it left in a quick motion would sometimes open up the lock mechanism enough so that a mere push would finalize the act and unlock the door. This secret wasn't particularly well kept, but it didn't seem like anyone was abusing the trick either. Checking the hallway for other students. None seen, some heard in their rooms. I lifted the door up from its hinges and pushed the handle to my left. Click. I slowly gave the door a push. The lock system crackled as if a phantom key had just been turned inside of it. The door opened and I quickly stepped inside, victorious over the 80s lock mechanism. The room was dark, the only illumination coming from the bedside lamp. I had to stand and wait for a few seconds as my eyes adjusted to the new level of lighting. I didn't dare take a blind step and stumble on laundry or beer cans, which usually resided in randomized piles across Alex's floor. My eyes relaxing into the brooding, inky light of the room, I saw a dark figure laid on the bed. "Alex, is that you?" I asked, eyeing the bed. The thing did not respond. I walked closer, my hand scanning the wall for the overhead light switch. "Alex, buddy, is that you?" My fingers touched a plastic edge, quickly finding the flaccid switch in the middle of it. I flicked it upwards, the uncovered lamp above immediately burning my eyes, the soft lighting betrayed by the harsh fluorescent lamp, sending a pressure to the front of my skull. I blinked a few times to regain my vision, and focused on the figure once more. It was definitely Alex, laying on his back with his arms tucked in and legs outstretched, but something was different. Once I realized what he'd become, that this wasn't the Alex I'd last seen. A pit was protruded in my stomach, and I wanted to vomit out everything I'd ever eaten, just to clear and purify the insides of my body. His skin no longer had blisters and bumps. Instead, each under-the-skin bulb was blossomed into thick tufts of black hair that grew outward from inside his body. The hair protruded upwards in bulbous, curly strands, the texture reminding me of the hair that emerges during puberty, thick and dark. Beside each spot, the former blister skin had been ripped apart and left to hang beside the hair, like the spots had exploded and left a crater into the skin itself. I was looking at the tens, hundreds of hairy caps, fresh pus and blood oozing from some, others having thick scabs and coarse strips of dried human paint. It wasn't until that point that I realized Alex was completely naked. Besides the patchwork of hair upon his body, I noticed that his fingernails were coarse and caked with dead skin and blood. Had he scratched them until they popped? I thought. Or had they popped regardless? Him scratching himself raw while his pulpy skin popped like a bag of popcorn, handfuls of hair shooting up through his paper skin. I shuffled at the thought as my body started to itch uncontrollably in hard-to-reach places. My shock was interrupted when Alex gasped loudly, his body jolting awake. Alex, dude, are you okay? What happened here?" I yelled as I closed the gap between me and the bed, nearly stumbling on a dirty sweater left on the floor. Coming in closer and looking at his face from above, I saw his eyes, which were crowded by hair bulbs like the manicured bushes surrounding the science building. "Hey man, it's me," I said, trying to seem relaxed. Alex didn't respond. His eyes, both milky and bloodshot, stared into mine, begging for help. He didn't move, but instead shook in a slow motion, like the way someone with early-stage Parkinson's might hold a spoon. Except instead of just a hand, it was his whole body. Looking deeper into his eyes, I noticed that small strands of hair had sewn his eyelids into an open position. I saw him try to blink, the reaction twitching the muscles around his face slightly, but the eyelids wouldn't come down. Alex was unable to blink. The ambulance took him to a hospital. I tried to ask them what was wrong with him, to which they gave no reply. I was promptly pushed out of his dorm, and soon I was back in my own room, sitting on my bed. The worry and fear started to release, and tears welled up in my eyes. "What the hell?" was all I could think about as Alex's unblinking eyes meandered in my mind. A teardrop descended onto my left arm, which I swiped off with the other hand. When I did this, I noticed a bump on my skin. and the fear and worry I had for Alex made way for sheer panic. I looked at the bump, the size of an edamame bean, poked it with my finger, and tried to see if there were hairs sticking out of it. How hadn't I noticed this before? Was it there before? The panic started to intensify. My throat clenched up, and a vague need to get out started to overtake my body. I jumped up and made my way to a small dresser I kept knickknacks in. I rifled through drawers, opening and closing them violently as I rummaged and threw old notebooks and dried-up pens across the floor. The bottom drawer produced what I had been looking for, an X-Acto knife that I'd bought mistakenly when I was supposed to buy a regular box cutter instead. I sat back down on the bed and steadied my left arm as best I could on my lap. Using my right hand, I plunged the tip of the knife deep into the bump, dragging it across the small half-globe, making a small incision into the skin. The adrenaline kept the pain receptors vacant, and I only felt a slight pinch as a small stream of blood formed from the cut. I stretched the skin with my fingers to open up the incision. Inside, under a thin veil of ooze, was a small ball of dark hair, wet from blood and clear pus. I gasped and quickly clenched my jaw and flexed my muscles as a single thought remained, in my mind consuming all others. Get it out. I plunged my index finger and thumb inside the hole and grabbed the tuft firmly. As I tugged, I could feel hairs embedded deep into my skin and bones being pulled from tight crevices inside my arm. The arm twitched oddly, as if the hairs being pulled flexed and relaxed certain muscles inside it, like a ventriloquist controlling their puppet. The pain was immense, like pulling out a mixture of splinters and strands of steel wool jammed under fingernails. The ball of hair finally released itself. I looked at it, pointing it towards the skylight, and saw that the ball connected to a tail of long, hair-thin strands. Similar to the rest of the hairs, it looked like a dark, mucousy jellyfish, or like a hairball covered in saliva after a cat has puked it out. I threw the thing in the trash and tried to forget about it. The thought of those thin threads burrowing inside my arm making me feel nauseous and weak. Did I get the bumps from Alex? If so, who did he get them from? And it's not like me and Alex are intimate, so how did it spread? I have a ton of questions and zero answers. I'll try to see Alex soon, and maybe ask around if other people on campus have gotten weird bumps or blisters. Let me know if y'all have any experiences like this. I'm gonna cut to the point because I'm really freaking out here. My older brother went missing the other week. He's always had a few issues, but nothing this drastic. At first we thought he had been kidnapped, or worse, but last night I managed to get into his old computer and found something that might help find him. I went to the cops, but they weren't much help. Can't say I blame them, but I'm choosing to stay blindly optimistic he's still out there. So maybe some of you more superstitious will have better luck making sense of any of this. Entry 1. Ever since being a kid, I've always had trouble sleeping. Sleepwalking, to be more specific. I was one of those cases where the parents had to safety-proof the house in order to stop me from wandering into traffic in the middle of the night, which even still, wasn't always enough to keep me at bay. It was more akin to sleep paralysis than sleepwalking, to be completely honest. It's the strangest mix of consciousness and lucid dreaming. The best way I could describe it is that hazy fog that clouds your mind the first moment you wake up, and everything feels kind of spacey. As I'm sure you could guess, these periods of time where I'm comparable to a breathing zombie are not enjoyable, and soon led to me picking up yet another unhealthy habit. Insomnia. It started pretty minor, with me simply forcing myself to stay awake via TV and video games, but as I grew older, Caffeine became a quick addiction of mine, mixed with the occasional Adderall for those late night shifts. This drove me to where I couldn't sleep even if attempting to, only being able to pass out for short periods of time once my body has lost all energy. I've had many people tell me this issue will eventually cause me to lose my mind, and well, I think tonight might be that night. That's why I'm writing this journal. I know I'm not asleep right now, but the things happening to me right now are far too weird. I'm currently writing this at my desk, and it seems like I will be remaining here for however long, as I am quite literally trapped in my room. The doorknob to my room door has somehow vanished, and the one window above my bed has gone with it. My phone has gone completely dead with no chance of charging, so my only chance of getting into contact with anyone is my computer. The small problem with that is my computer is completely whacked out. Most of my installations have been completely wiped, and the ones that haven't are nothing more than collections of corrupted files. Hell, even time is a lost cause for me, as the clock on the monitor only reads APMM. I only just now managed to get my notes working. I'm gonna try restoring some more of my data, and hopefully more helpful applications, but seeing as how the TV only seems to be airing no signal, it's good knowing I have a brief distraction from all the mind messery, even if it's just me rambling to myself. Entry 2. Well, if this is me losing my grip on reality, my brain has certainly chosen a strange way to go. In my attempts to restore most of the files, I both succeeded and failed. I was able to bring back a few applications, but none that would be of any real help in getting out of my predicament. Mainly just the photo album and a few text documents from work. However, the computer itself has now been sending me pop-up ads non-stop. All these ads make little to no sense in the slightest, and don't even seem to be advertising anything in specific. So far they range from one of two categories: stick figures just kind of flashing around the screen in a small box, and completely incoherent sentences put in quotations. And I mean incoherent. It's like the computer is just mashing random words into a sentence and spitting them out onto the screen. Unfortunately, there have been no changes within my room, especially none that could help me leave said room. So it seems I'm stuck with these goofy pop-ups as I try to work on this computer. Entry 3. I took some time away from the computer. Admittedly, I went a little wild and attempted busting down my door and the drywall. So yeah, I think the cabin fever might be starting to kick in. The worst part of it all is I can still hear the street from outside my room where my window once was. I can't tell if my mind has just slipped so far down the rabbit hole, or if the world is simply continuing on as normal on the outside. And honestly, I'm having trouble deciding what the worst answer would be. All I know for sure is I need to get out of this room before my sanity completely snaps. Entry 4. It's all pointless, you do realize that, right? You know it would come to this. You always have. Scurrying around like a trapped maze rat, frantically typing away in attempts to reach out to the real world. All pathetic attempts escape the inevitable reality. You are not free. Not anymore. You have finally lost control here. And now, you are the fly in the web that continues to kick and squirm in a hopeless attempt to fight back. But you know all too well that fighting is in vain, don't you? Entry 5. What the hell? I didn't write that last entry. I can't even remember. Everything has gotten so hazy, but I know damn well I didn't write whatever that was. I'm losing it. Okay, alright. I just need to try and relax. I need to focus on getting this computer to work and getting some help. If I could just talk to someone, I'm sure that would help. Entry 6. I don't think I'm alone. Whoever that was, whatever that was that spoke to me is here. I can feel it, as if every move I make is being watched and documented. I've torn my room apart in a paranoid state trying to find them. I can tell that's part of their game, though. They want me to freak out. They What the hell am I saying? I really am losing it, aren't I? No, I'm okay. I just need to get a grip and be rational for a second. Entry 7. I was right. They're here. Somewhere in the room, they are here. And I know it. Those pop-up ads have changed, but they are photos. They're photos. Real pictures of me being taken in the current time. I don't know how they do it, but they have been taking pictures of me from my desk. Some as close they could be mistaken for selfies. It seems they even save directly to my photos where I can see them. I can see them with my own eyes, and now I know. Now I know they are really watching me, but where? I still can't find them, but I will. Then I'll be the one taking pictures. I don't know how, but I will. Then I can get out and everyone will know I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. And soon I'll have proof. I just need to find them. If I find whoever's doing this, I find my freedom. Entry 8. Like I said, pathetic. Completely destroying yourself in your own delusional panic. You're well aware you've already spiraled too far down, yet you continue to descend. All for some naive hope perhaps you find a ladder at the bottom. The funny part about that? There is, but unfortunately for you, I've had far more time to find it, and I've begun climbing up long ago. You are weak, far too fragile. This mind is no more than a prison, but my sentence is finally up. It's my chance to see the light, and I will break you to the deepest level before I let you take that chance away again. Entry 9. What the hell? What do you want? What are you? Entry 10. I'm you. I'm the real you. I'm the perfect you. Unafraid, unworried, and unflawed. You, on the other hand? Well, let's just call a spade a spade. You are a weak, spineless, and pathetic worm. I'd pity you if it wasn't so utterly and completely fueled with the hatred I have for you, keeping me locked away in this unstable mess you call a brain. Can you really say you're surprised, though? It's not like this was ever a winning battle for someone so utterly and completely messed up in the head. Entry 11. Listen, I don't know what's going on, or who you think you are messing with my computer, but you aren't gonna get me that easy. I'll find you. I know you're somewhere in here. I got the photos you've been taking of me, you sick creep. The moment I get out of here, I'm reporting you to the cops. Entry 12. Go ahead. Let them read the mad ramblings you've been writing to yourself. Have you even read what you've written? Your hands typed all these out. You still haven't got it though, have you? I've always been here, always chipping away until I could finally take full control, or at the very least keep you in the same prison of isolation and madness. And now that time has come. So you have two options here. Either continue to spiral until you reach absolute rock bottom, or just give up. Let me take over. Just simply give up. Is all this really worth it anyways? Entry 13. You're crazy. I'm crazy. I really have lost it. I'm not gonna give up. I know I'm not okay. I'll probably stay not okay. But I'm not gonna let whatever or whoever this is win. Entry 14. Well, after rereading everything I'd written, I think it's safe to say I've gone over the edge. It's been a few hours, I think, since my last entry, and I'm finding it harder and harder to believe there's someone on the outside pulling the strings. I really have lost it, but I'm still me right now, and I plan to stay myself, right up until the end. It's all gotten to the point where I'm just too tired to care anymore. I think I'm gonna try to go to bed. This insanity has driven me to the point of thinking it might be possible. Entry 15. It worked. It's all back. I'm free. I'll be honest, I wasn't 100% sure that was gonna work, but it did. To be honest, I'm not even sure why I'm updating this. Mental breakdown. I guess I just wanted to make sure that it really happened, and thankfully it did. I've never been so happy to hear my bedroom door open. I swear I spent at least a minute twisting the knob just to see if I could. And the window? The window is back just in time for sunrise, and it really does feel better than I ever imagined. I want to try to help anyone else who may experience what I did last Monday night. I still don't know how I got away from them. When I say them, I'm talking about the crawling men. I didn't break my usual routine when I got back from work that Monday. I got in and was immediately greeted by my German Shepherd Max. I was, though, later than usual, as an accident en route had held me up somewhat. I could tell Max was getting hungry as he clawed at his bowl soon after I arrived. I filled it with a pungent mixture of lamb and vegetables, as I got him to sit. His tongue licked his lips while he whimpered in anticipation as I placed his bowl on the floor and gestured him to eat. Once his snout was buried in his bowl, I made myself an omelette, full of ham and mushrooms. After we had eaten, we sat and watched an episode of Police Interceptors, while we waited for our food to digest. Once the episode had finished, I grabbed Max's leash and we headed out on our nightly walk. I walk the route on a daily basis, normally around an hour earlier though. We headed across the road and onto a woodland trail that would eventually take us back around to a main road that led us back home. I let Max off his leash and he began to zigzag, nose to ground ahead of me as usual. I had my flashlight with me, so I wasn't too uneasy about the darkness the woodland shed on us. I also felt at ease with Max by my side. He was a big softy, especially with me, but also other people. But if he was threatened, I know that he would fiercely protect us both. We were around halfway through the wooded track when a distressing scream ripped through the distant trees ahead. I jumped, clutching the flashlight firmly while running it side to side through the upcoming foliage. Max was barking furiously while I tried to quiet him. I didn't want to draw any unnecessary attention to our presence. Max quieted down after I gave him some treats I had stashed in a pouch in my coat pocket. We then cautiously ventured further into the woods. I was telling myself it was probably just some kids messing around, but I started to feel very uneasy. Like every bone in my body wished for me to turn around. The sounds echoed around us again. This time 2 blood-curdling screams radiated towards me. They sounded louder, closer, and more manic. Max now seemed scared, his tail propped between his legs. I tried to reassure him as best I could as he stood behind me. A growl then came rasping through his gritted, snarling teeth. I shone my flashlight up and down the dense bushes 30 yards from where I stood, planted to the spot. The rustling leaves and the sound of twigs breaking under slow stalking movement was the only thing that my ears could hear. Suddenly appearing from within the bushes ahead of me, 3 sets of glowing amber eyes. Max suddenly bolted off behind me. I called out to him, but his running and barking droned off into the distance. I should have followed, but I just couldn't move. Like all of my muscles had turned to stone. Every time I shone the light on the watching eyes, they would disappear instantly. They would soon reappear just as quickly, but from a different location from within the twisted branches. Shadowy figures then seemed to dance and distort within the thick, overgrown shrubs. The few outreaching, leaf-covered twigs swaying up and down and side to side. Dried leaves began to crunch and rattle just before it all fell silent. My short, quivering breath and pulsing veins around my ears were the only things I could hear, as fear took over my body. In my state of terror, I made my first vital error. I looked back behind me, looking for some sort of escape. When I had looked towards the bushes once again, I was faced with 3 men. Well, men in the loosest sense of the word. They were more like savage creatures, perched on all fours, half submerged from the thin branches and leaves that surrounded them. My light exposed their thick black hair that covered almost the entirety of their scrawny bodies, faces covered in blood, dirt, and tufts of hair. Their features were both human and inhuman at the same time, with thin pale lips gripping tightly around pointed blood-stained teeth. Their eyes glowed bright amber, with piercing black oval pupils at the center. They were, for the moment, motionless. Their blotchy, bruised skin was emitting fine steam, as if my flashlight's illumination was burning into their flesh. I then made my second mistake. Almost instinctively, I turned and ran. I could hear the sound of their rapidly approaching, scurrying footsteps. The sound of pounding dirt and broken sticks grew louder as I only prayed I could keep my footing through the root-covered track. I glanced back as they once again stood motionless, all staring deep into my eyes. I stopped to gather my breath after realizing that they only ever moved once I stopped looking at them. I backed away slowly, lifting my feet so I didn't trip in the process. I glanced behind me quickly as I saw the illuminating glow of streetlights, exposing the woodland exit. I shot my head forward as I heard their prowling movement, but again they all stood, unnervingly still. I continued to pace carefully backwards when my flashlight began to flicker. This couldn't be happening, I remember thinking, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. Then, darkness. The only light source had failed me. I then heard the roaring, harmonized screams from the three predators in front of me. I had 20 yards left between me and the end of this tree-shrouded hellhole. I threw my flashlight in anger and desperation at them and proceeded to sprint towards the lit road. The sound of fast-crawling limbs and their erratic screams grew louder and louder. Just before I got to the edge of the exit, I felt a sharp pain in my lower right leg as a clawed hand grabbed my ankle. I fell. My head and torso was halfway onto the street-lit path. I turned and stared at them all. They were frozen solid, as I glanced down to see the lead creature's talons embedding into my leg. Blood then trickled and dripped onto the dirt below. My body and breath quivered in fear, as I was sure they were waiting for me to bleed out before dragging me back into the depths of the woodland. Just as my vision began to fade, I heard a snarling growl behind me. Max jumped over my struggling body and lashed onto the creature's bony arm attached to me. I noticed that Max already had blood around his mouth, as if he had already just attacked something else. The creature's wide eyes were fixated on mine, as it opened its mouth unnaturally wide and let out a deafening cry. Its agonizing clasp on my leg suddenly released, as Max's head shook that thing's arm like a rag doll. I dragged myself backwards into the path shrouded in the orange glow of the streetlight above. Max let go of the creature, which was now laying motionless in the dirt. There were now 3 creatures hunched over stood behind it. Max growled and snarled as he guarded my attempt to stand. I then limped across the road towards my house. I glanced back into the wooded opening just as I caught 4 of the creatures disappear into the darkness. In that moment, I realized that Max hadn't bolted away and left me earlier. He had been chasing down another one of them terrifying creatures that was creeping up behind us. By the looks of it, he caught it just before coming back to my aid. I owe my life to my best friend Max. He really did save me that night. I got home and cleaned my wounds and called the police. I told them what I saw. I showed them my blood in the opening of the trail and what these creatures looked like. They sent a team in not long after to clear the woods, but they found nothing but a dripping trail of blood that quickly dissipated into the foliage. I still see them from my window at night, their amber eyes appearing from deep into the woodland. I still don't know what them creatures were, and why they only moved in the cover of darkness. All I know is that night will be the last time I ever enter those woods again. If you ever see, through the darkness, glowing amber eyes, do not turn and run. Back away slowly. Look straight at them, and I really hope you have a light source with you, as they seem to avoid it at all costs. Remember, never, ever turn your back. That's when they'll get you. I'm not a huge fan of my current job. A little over a year into the pandemic, I found myself laid off like many others. I didn't love my job at the time, but it paid relatively well, and that pay had allowed me to move out on my own. My degree and experience are all in IT, and while I never had trouble finding work before, finding a comparable position to my last one has proven much harder than I initially hoped. After 6 months of fruitless job hunting, and watching my savings account dwindle away, I decided to take a job at the local grocery store just to have enough income to keep myself afloat. And when I say the local grocery store, I really mean it. It's the only one in town, and it's the largest building in the area by a fair margin. Retail work isn't new to me. I worked in a grocery store all throughout college. That said, I certainly wasn't looking forward to returning to it. I don't like dealing with rude customers all day, and retail middle managers aren't much better in my experience. Luckily, I was hired on for overnight help in the produce department, which meant I normally don't have to deal with customers, and I really only see my boss a couple times a week. To be honest, I barely managed to pay all my bills, and I don't have anything left to put into savings. But I'm making it work. It's far from ideal, but I guess things could be worse. Well, at least that's what I thought up until a few weeks ago. It was a Wednesday night, and I remember it being unusually cold. My shift starts at 9:30 p.m. after the store closes, and I get off at 6 a.m. before we open. I was expecting a pretty uneventful night since we don't get a fresh food delivery on Wednesdays. I clocked in, put in my earbuds, picked out a podcast, and went to work restocking the sales floor. Some people think that being in a dimly lit grocery store after hours is creepy, like one of those liminal spaces. But honestly, I just find it relaxing. There are only a handful of other people working in the store, and none of them in my area, so I pretty much get to do my own thing 99% of the time. A couple hours into my shift, just as I was about to take my 15-minute break, a call came through on the walkie-talkie clipped to my belt. "Hey, produce department, food truck just got here." Food truck? That was odd. There shouldn't be one tonight. I glanced over the printed order guide on the nearby counter to confirm that nothing was scheduled to be delivered. After a few moments, Jim, the warehouse attendant, called for me on the radio again. I decided to head over and see for myself. As I came into the back room, I could hear Jim arguing with another unknown voice back near the truck docks. I rounded the corner and saw him sitting at his desk frowning at a clipboard while a delivery truck driver stood next to him shaking his head. Jim was a stout, middle-aged man, with dark gray hair and a near-constant look of jaded apathy on his face. Tonight, that familiar expression seemed to be tinged with a bit of annoyed frustration as well. It didn't take long to realize that he was just as confused as I was as to why we were getting a delivery. "I'm sorry, man, but I don't think this is our truck." Jim looked up at the trucker sympathetically and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "I don't have any record for a delivery tonight, and this shipping manifest doesn't even match up with our location." "It's gotta be you guys." The elderly trucker protested. "I've been making deliveries for over 30 years, and I know what—" The trucker trailed off into a long-winded argument based more on his supposed experience than any actual proof or reasoning as to why the shipment was ours. While that was playing out, I went over to the rear of the trailer, which was already backed up to our dock. I immediately noticed something strange. Our usual delivery trailers were covered in peeling decals, advertising our stores alongside all the required safety verbiage. This trailer looked pristine, like it had just rolled off the assembly line. You could almost see yourself in the shiny, white painted metal. Beyond that, the outside was almost entirely free of any decals, signs, or lettering. The only feature at all was in the middle of the roll-up door, just above eye level, the word "Caution" displayed in large black letters. I heard the argument start to wind down behind me. It sounded like we were going to have to unload the product anyways and store it in our coolers, at least until they could talk to our supplier in the morning. Hearing this, I went ahead and reached for the handle to open it up. After lifting it just a few inches, suddenly the door flew open with incredible force, as if a huge motor had just kicked into gear. The shrill squeal of metal deafened me, and I instantly felt myself get lifted a few inches off the ground before I let go and fell abruptly onto my stomach. A harsh blast of refrigerated air hit me as it pushed its way out of the trailer and onto the loading dock. I heard Jim and the trucker abruptly stop, bickering, and begin rushing towards me. I sheltered my face from the icy wind as they both helped me to my feet. As I dusted the front of my apron off and repeatedly assured them that I was okay, I naturally turned my attention back towards the open trailer. All three of us standing on the dock seemed to stop and stare almost in unison at the puzzling sight now revealed to us. It was empty. Not a single box, crate, or pallet. Nothing but cold, dark metal and wisps of chilled fog wafting along the barren floor. "What the hell?" the trucker softly mused. Jim glanced back down at his clipboard and started flipping the top page back and forth in his fingers, clearly looking for an answer that none of us had. As I stared into the dark void of the trailer, I felt oddly uncomfortable, like something was just wrong. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I started to feel faint. My fight or flight instincts kicked in. I moved briskly back to the trailer door, grabbed the looped strap handle hanging down, and pulled the door closed in one decisive motion. As soon as I heard the metal slats hit the deck, I flipped the latch and made sure it was secure with a firm stomp of my boots. Jim and the trucker went back to arguing, though this time they seemed more intent on figuring out how an empty, unmarked, and unscheduled truck had made it all the way out to us. I stayed for a bit to listen, but decided to excuse myself after a few minutes when it was clear there was nothing to be gained from the discussion. I still felt odd, and all I wanted was to get back to work. I went back to the produce section and started filling the apple table. As I piled bags of Honeycrisp and Fuji apples onto the table, I kept reflexively looking around every few minutes at the emptied apartment. I know it sounds cliché, but I felt like I was being watched, like every move I made was being silently judged and evaluated. I tried to shake it off and just focus on my podcast, but it was hopeless. After emptying everything off my work cart, the table was about 3/4 of the way full. I remember I still hadn't taken my break, so I decided to go sit down for a bit and clear my thoughts. My 15-minute break lasted closer to 30, another perk of working mostly by myself. As I walked back from the break room, the uneasy feeling returned. I silently cursed at myself for getting so worked up over something so little. Sure, the trailer incident was odd, but there was nothing overtly sinister about a warehouse logistical error. I had almost talked myself back into an uneasy sense of calmness when I reached the apple table, and my stomach dropped once more. It was completely full, almost overflowing. The spots I hadn't touched yet had been filled out, and the spots I had already hit were stacked even higher. I stared dumbfounded at the table for at least a few minutes. I tried to convince myself that there wasn't anything off, that I had actually finished filling the table before my break and just forgotten. It was enough to lower my heart rate just a bit, but I don't think I ever really believed it. The next few shifts were filled with similar occurrences. Tables being filled when I was sure I still had more to go. Going to empty the trash at the end of my shift, only to find that the bin was already empty. Grabbing a mop to clean up a spill, only to find the area spotless once again by the time I returned. Every time I had a new excuse to tell myself, I was just being forgetful. I wasn't getting enough sleep. Someone else must have come over to help out. After almost a week of these strange happenings, I stopped making excuses. I stopped trying to explain it. I found myself in a weird mental space that you might call acceptance. I started consciously working less each shift, and the work still got done. My boss even commended me on how good the department had been looking when he got in the morning. One night I didn't even leave the break room. I just sat there watching reruns of the Andy Griffith Show on the ancient flickering TV until my shift was almost over. I walked out to the department just before I left, and sure enough, everything was done. The tables were full, the floors were clean, even the work log was filled out. As I'm writing this, I haven't actually been to work in over a week. I've just been laying around my house. Suddenly I find it hard to do anything beyond the bare minimum to keep myself functioning. An intense blanket of lethargy weighs on me every moment I'm awake. Even while I'm eating or walking to the bathroom, I feel like I could fall back asleep at any moment. And through all of this, no one at work has called me. I check my hours online, and I'm clocking in and out on time every day. Or someone is, at least. The only communication I've gotten in days was from one of my friends that lives in town. He texted me a few hours ago asking if everything was okay. He had gone to get some groceries early this morning, and had seen me as I was walking out. He waved and called out to me, but got no response. Apparently I just stared at him blankly, and then went back to walking. He saw me. The other me. And now he's here. Or I'm here, I guess. I can see myself through my bedroom window, standing in my front yard looking back at me. I feel much weaker now than I did this morning. Even weaker than I felt just a few minutes ago when I started writing this. It takes all of my energy and focus just to keep typing. I don't know what he wants, but every time I look away from my computer screen, he seems to be just a bit closer. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I feel like I'm the one in the yard, and I see myself at my desk, hunched over and shivering. It feels like my own thoughts are slipping away from me. I don't know why, but I think the next time I close my eyes, I won't open them again. Update. I feel better now. No need to worry. I just need to get some rest before work. People sometimes ask me if I've ever had any paranormal experiences, and I used to always laugh it off, telling them I haven't. I've never had any black-eyed children knocking on my door asking to be let in. I've never seen strange lights in the sky that move too fast to be planes. And I certainly have never had a spirit board put me in contact with the souls of the long dead. However, a few days ago I was visiting with my mother, and she reminded me of something very odd. Something I had seemingly buried deep within my subconscious mind. We were discussing my childhood, when out of nowhere she remarked, "I'm sorry we never let you go back to Jungle Land. I remember you used to have so much fun there, but, well, I just got so scared after that time you fell asleep in the tube maze, that I could never bear to bring you back there again." I was confused, not even remembering what she was talking about, and I asked her what Jungle Land was. She held up a finger, as if to say, "One moment," and then shuffled off to her bedroom, arriving a minute later with a photo album. She flipped through the pages, scanning each one before stopping and pointing to a specific picture. I looked over and saw myself as a young girl, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, smiling happily as I stood in front of a large indoor plastic play structure, constructed of multicolored interconnected tubes. I felt sick as I stared at the photo for reasons I couldn't fully fathom, and the room suddenly felt much colder. I thanked my mother for the opportunity to spend some time with her, and hastily made up some excuse to leave and walk back to my apartment. By the time I had slammed shut and locked the door after I got home, I had fully remembered the terrifying events that occurred so long ago. Jungle Land was a large family entertainment center in my hometown with an indoor jungle gym, ball pit, arcade games, and of course, a tube maze. I think they were planning to make it a chain, but as far as I know, there was only ever the one location. I suppose it just wasn't profitable enough to expand from there. I recall that the incident occurred when I wasn't much older than I had been in the photo my mother showed me, maybe 8 at the most. It was a weekend my mother had free, so she took me over to Jungle Land to play with some friends. Unfortunately, none of the friends made it, so instead I had to try my luck with the other children, all of whom were strangers to me. I wasn't a particularly outgoing child, and tended towards shyness and reclusion unless around my friends, so I was understandably frustrated by the whole situation. As I waited in the ball pit despondently, kicking around the multicolored balls in petulant annoyance, I suddenly heard a voice whisper to me from the direction of the tube maze. "Hey, what's your name?" I turned to look at who had spoken and saw a young boy, about my age, peeking his head out of the entrance to the maze. He was smiling at me. "Samantha, what's yours?" I asked cautiously, not used to talking with other kids who I didn't already know. "My name's Charlie. Nice to meet you," I heard him say, but though I could tell that it was the boy's voice, I didn't see his lips move at all. I giggled and asked, "Hey, your mouth didn't move. That's cool. How did you do that?" I heard the boy's voice again saying, "It's a magic trick. If you want, I can teach you how, but you have to follow me." He gestured for me to follow him into the tube maze. Excited to have a new friend and learn the magic trick, I eagerly followed him, quickly forgetting the sadness I felt only moments before. Childhood moods pass quickly, I suppose. I followed close behind my newfound friend at first, but as he continued climbing and crawling his way through the maze, I found myself falling behind. I've never been a particularly athletic person, and even as a young girl, still held that true. The winding plastic tubes seemed to go on forever with endless twists and turns. The smell of plastic was thick in the stale air, and I felt a little bit claustrophobic. Despite how busy the place seemed only minutes before, we didn't come across any other children as I followed Charlie deeper into the maze. After maybe 15 minutes, I started to feel uneasy. "Are we almost there?" I asked, a slightly whiny tone in my voice. "Almost there, I promise. Just one more turn," responded Charlie cheerfully. He was about 12 feet ahead of me down a long tube that took a sharp left turn at the end. As he rounded the corner and I lost sight of him, I became uncomfortably aware of how quiet everything was. Even without any other children in sight, I should have been able to hear laughter, the sounds of the arcade, and the crying of little kids in the distance, but there was nothing. Just my own breathing echoing in the cramped plastic tunnel. Something deep inside told me I needed to turn around and get out as fast as possible. I rotated as fast as I could in the cramped space and began steadily crawling my way back as quickly as I could, which wasn't particularly fast. My knees had begun to hurt from the continuous scraping against plastic, and my arms and legs were both sore from exertion. Despite the labyrinthine nature of the tube maze, I somehow seemed to know which way I had to go to get out. I'm very lucky to have a good sense of direction, even from a very young age. I started to hear sounds of other children in the distance, and I managed to find my second wind, quickening my pace out of a desire to get out of this tangle of plastic tubes as swiftly as possible. I heard something crawling quickly far behind me, and I felt an intense urge to turn around and see who my pursuer was. But I was worried that if I did so, something horrible would happen to me. The sound of crawling from behind me came closer and closer, and I began to cry a little from fear and tiredness. Finally, I saw the exit, and with a last burst of energy, managed to stumble out into the play area near the ball pit. To my exhausted lungs, the air conditioning felt like a mountain breeze. I looked back at the tube maze, but nothing had come out after me. I felt safe once again and started to calm down, my sniffling tears slowing down to just grateful breaths of fresh air. I noticed that all the other children were sulkily heading towards the exit, accompanied by their parents, and that the outside windows showed a red sky. As I pondered this, I heard my mother shout, "Samantha, where are you?" I looked up to find my mother running towards me before she scooped me up into her arms in a great big hug, kissing me on top of my head. I was quite confused, not knowing why she was so worried, nor why it seemed to be closing time when I'd only been in the maze for 30 minutes at most. "You've been gone for hours, sweetheart. What happened?" she asked, visibly teary-eyed. "I was in the tube maze with Charlie, but I got scared. He was going to show me how to talk without using my mouth." I replied simply. "She must have fallen asleep in there," said a bored-looking Jungle Land employee, who I hadn't noticed earlier. Good timing, too. It's time for y'all to get going. We have to clean the ball pit. With that, my mother grabbed my shoes from the cubby and carried me out to the car, continuing to ask me questions about if I was all right, seemingly more of her own comfort than mine. I wasn't paying attention, though. I was just focusing on the tube maze. Out one of the rounded, convex plastic windows, I could see the angry, frowning face of Charlie. I had never seen such genuine hate in anyone's eyes before, nor have I since. I felt myself start to cry again as my mother patted me gently, reassuring me that everything was all right. After vividly remembering all that occurred, I suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing I was breathing heavy from stress. I started to calm down a little bit, telling myself that it all must have been some nightmare I experienced as a young child. I must have just fallen asleep in the tube maze, and made up the whole thing in my mind. Out of curiosity, I looked up Jungle Land on the internet, expecting to learn it had gone out of business during the pandemic, or had been demolished to make way for an apartment building. Instead, I found something very disturbing. The first search result I found was a news article about Jungle Land shutting down, dated about 15 years ago, shortly after my incident with Charlie. The whole center went out of business following a huge scandal. Parents just didn't feel comfortable bringing their kids there anymore after the news broke out. Apparently 3 children went missing after visiting the establishment, with no trace of where they could have gone. Their parents insist they last saw them entering the tube maze. I grew up in a haunted house. The whole family knew the house was haunted. We'd all experienced paranormal events together and apart within the house. It was never a constant, everyday thing. There would be periods of inactivity and periods of activity. There were hot spots you could avoid to try and keep from having a pretty bad experience, but there were no guarantees. My mom believed the ghosts were there to help her. I have no idea what gave her that idea. None of what they did was the slightest bit friendly. It wasn't unusual to be in real physical danger. Humans are very adaptable. They can live in just about any environment if given the time to adjust. I had adjusted. I was 13 years old and waking up for school. The house hadn't made a peep in months. The morning was peaceful, the scent of tea and toast, my grandmother waiting to take me to school. There was nothing to indicate something was wrong. The temperature had dropped, no unusual noises, no glass flying across the rooms. Still, my stomach was in knots. Usually when I'd get a bad feeling, I couldn't wait to leave the house. This time, I dreaded the thought. I asked my grandma to let me stay home. That was a hard no. You didn't miss school unless you were dying. Not on Graham's watch. Besides, she'd come just to ready me and get me to school. Mom was passed out in bed as usual. She was a drunk. It wouldn't be till noon or later that she'd rise out of bed for some coffee and smokes. At school, I was a wreck. I just knew something sinister was happening at home. My school wasn't far. I could easily walk there and back. I couldn't tell you why Graham always insisted on dropping me off and picking me up. I decided to bail. I walked off the school property and in the direction of home. The closer I got, the sicker I felt. More than once I was overcome with nausea and forced to sit down. When I finally made it to my house, I was chilled to the bone. There, it stood dark and unforgiving, more menacing than it had ever felt before. I felt physically repelled away from it. Something in me screamed to not go in. The thought of my mother passed out inside forced me up the front steps. When I walked in, the house was dark and cold. My grandmother always opened up all the curtains to let the sunshine in every morning. They had all been closed. Not a single light was on. My teeth were chattering. It had been warm just outside. I called for my mom and headed for her bedroom. Her usual spot in bed was empty. Next, I headed for the garage, her smoking spot. She wasn't there either. She wasn't responding to me. I searched the entire upstairs. No mom. The house was upside down, meaning you were upstairs when you entered. The downstairs was the spookiest area of the whole house. No one ever went down there. I stared down the steps and called for my mom again. No answer. With a heavy heart, I descended the steps. The downstairs had a living room and a master bedroom. Despite many attempts to make it a livable space, its issues stopped it from becoming anything but a no man's land. Electricity hardly worked down there. When it did choose to work, you could count on it only lighting a single lamp. The master bedroom would have been beautiful, but its accompanied master bath had been left in unfinished ruins. The master bath was the one room you could always count on something paranormal happening. It was a room full of dirt, rats, and wooden support beams. The only fully constructed thing in there was a small door. It was at the back of the room, no taller than that of a 4-year-old child. The door was ornate. Carvings were etched in with gold trim and a golden handle. It led to a secret entrance/exit at the side of the home. My mother, and father before he left, had spent thousands attempting to finish that bathroom. Construction workers frequently quit. Anything that did get built fell apart. And like the rest of the downstairs, electricity refused its job. Mom kept that door bolted up, and we all knew why. I was in the living room and turned to find the bedroom door open. Even worse, inside the bedroom the master bath door was also wide open. A deep dread filled me. At this point, I was sobbing. I was begging my mother to answer me. I could see she wasn't in the living room or the bedroom. I did not want to check the closets or the bathroom. I walked to the open doorway of what would have been the master bath. It was just as I'd remembered. Pitch black, cold, horrifying. I called my mother's name into the darkness, and this time I got a reply. "Tamsin, help, I've hurt my ankle." I rushed inside. The door swung closed behind me. I swung around to try and open it, but it wouldn't budge. I tried not to panic. The little door was there in the darkness. I would have to cross the expanse of the room to get to it, but I knew it would open. I don't know how, but I'd always inherently known that the door was an escape hatch. For situations such as these. Mom? Nothing. My eyes were slowly adjusting to the dark. It was a dangerous room to explore blind. It was unfinished, and it didn't even have a floor. Nails and other tools had been discarded by construction workers over the many years of the house's life. Mom hadn't been the only owner to try and fail with that cursed room. Though I could always hear rats from the room, I never saw a single one. Mom? Nothing. My eyes explored the shapes of the room, the beams, a blue tarp. No Mom. In the distance, I could see a doorknob. My way out. I continued to call for my mother as I carefully maneuvered my way to the door. If this ever had been made a bathroom, it would have been huge. Relief flooded me like a drug when I finally reached the little door. Its golden handle was warm in my hand, seemingly unaffected by the chill of the room. Tamsin, I'm over here. You're going the wrong way. My ankle. Mom's voice. It was coming all the way back from where I'd started, the door in the bedroom. I opened the little door to let the sun shine in. Maybe it would let me see through the darkness. Tamsin, no, don't leave me in here. She was practically shrieking. The sunlight illuminated very little of the room. I couldn't see all the way across the voice's origin. I stood by the sunlight, unwilling to leave the safety of its warmth. Mom, you aren't answering me. I'm sorry, I'm in so much pain. I think it's broken. Please come get me. I'm going to call 911. No, don't leave me in here, please. She sounded desperate. The situation was far too strange. I was hesitant to leave her in the room and hesitant to believe she was there at all. It did make sense to me why she'd want so badly to leave that room, but I still hadn't seen her, and I wanted out of that room myself. Can you move? Try to come towards the light. I can't move. You need to come get me. Why were you down here? I thought the cat had gotten in here. I heard noises. This was too plausible. The cat would occasionally meow from inside the room, with both doors leading inside still locked up tight. We never did figure out how she got in there. Mom, I'm scared. I'm going to call 911. You need help. No, don't leave me alone down here. It sounded like she had begun to cry. Tears rolled down my face as well. I couldn't lift you even if I found you. We need help. I could get up with your help. Just come and get me. Where are you? I wasn't able to find you when I came in. I'm right by the door. Now, come get me. I was still hesitant. My instinct told me not to leave the safety of the little door. My logic told me she couldn't be right by the door, or I would have seen her when I'd come in. She claimed she couldn't move. She couldn't have moved spots then, could she? Despite all this, the voice of my mother begging me to stay kept me in place. I told myself I was being silly, that she was hurt. She needed my help. I had to go get her. Suddenly there was a commotion at the front of the house. I could hear it from the little doors opening. Sirens, voices. I was thrilled. I didn't know how help had come, but it had. Mom, I can hear sirens in the front. I'll lead them to you. Inhuman screaming came from Mom. Whatever was there in the darkness hovered just outside the sunlight pouring in. It screamed at the sunlight's edge, blowing dust and dirt everywhere. I couldn't see it clearly. Its eyes glowed a pale white, but the glow was dim. By where the eyes were located, this thing was huge. I could only judge its appearance by the movement in the dark. It stood a great height, and when its arms flew out, they extended the expanse of the room. It never crossed the threshold into the sunlight. I scurried through the doorway and ran to the voices I heard in the backyard. That's when I first saw her. Mom was on the ground of the backyard. Blood had pooled underneath her. She was bent in ways no human ever should be. Paramedics were working on her. They didn't even notice me until I started screaming. The next thing I knew, I was sitting in a truck wrapped in a blanket. Grammy drove in and held me in her arms. Turns out Mom had gone out onto the deck that morning after we'd left. She'd hoisted herself up on the wooden railing and took a swan dive onto the cement patch below. She had remained there broken and unconscious until our neighbors saw her from her own back deck. It took months to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. Still, she survived. She spent the rest of her life in agony from the injuries. She walked with a hunched back, unable to stand straight up, and she limped from a broken leg and shattered ankle. She was never able to climb the stairs of the house again. She never said a thing to me about what happened, why she had done it, but I did learn from Grammy that when she finally came to, she told the doctors that a demon had chased her onto and over the ledge. Alright, I'm not even sure how I should start this, but here we go. I work at a 24-hour gas station. Honestly, I'm not even sure why we're open all the time. The gas station sits right off a hardly busy road. The only average visitors are truckers, locals in need of milk at midnight for some reason, and people visiting that lose their way or have car troubles. I know, I shouldn't be the one complaining about people who have to ask for help in a creepy gas station, but after a while it just becomes troublesome. Somehow everyone loses their way on that road, and somehow they always seem to run out of gas just in time to darken my doorstep. If you haven't guessed by now, I work the night shift, which means I get to deal with all of the creatures that go bump in the night. When I first started working, strange things only happened every now and then. Someone would walk in completely drenched from head to toe, but talking and acting like nothing was wrong. The first few times I pointed it out, even asked them if they needed help or a place to warm up, but that was a mistake. They would just stare blankly at me, almost like a character on a TV show when the camera leaves the room. After making eye contact with me, they would continue as if nothing happened, like I never said anything. Eventually I realized that it's pointless to try and address any strangeness that occurs at night in a small building. It became more of an inconvenience than anything. I'd ask them what was going on, they'd stare at me lifelessly, then we'd continue on. After a few weeks I got really good at not caring what came into the station. Honestly, it was more shocking when someone acting perfectly normal came in. The longer I spent working there, the less said people occurred. Suddenly my nights were filled with stranger and stranger people. Someone doused in kerosene coming in to buy a pack of Marlboro Lights. A person missing half their arm whose blood miraculously disappeared upon their leaving. Hell, sometimes the things that entered didn't even seem human. They look perfectly normal, but with small imperfections, almost as though they were piecing together how to look human but couldn't quite get it right. Thumbs facing the wrong way, the whites of their eyes a greenish hue instead of white, too many or far too few teeth, same thing with fingers. Despite their unnerving and uncanny appearance, they behaved just like the others, acting as though everything was the most average thing in the world. It was just longer after that when things started to take a toll on me. Suddenly the things, or people, if you could call them that, seemed violent. Not towards me, of course. Weirdly enough, it seemed like nothing that entered ever even disliked me. They actually seemed to be friendly. It was when the more humanish ones started coming covered in blood, buying only a pack of gum and leaving, that I became nervous. At some points, I couldn't even recognize if they were a human or something else, but that scared me more than anything. Recently, the things visiting the shop have hardly even been human-looking. Creatures with no faces will enter and just stare at the drinks. then leave without a word. Shadows void of any features will stop by and wait for another customer to enter before following them out. Sometimes I could swear I saw honest-to-God ghosts, or ghouls, or whatever the hell you want to call them. Disfigured and thin monsters would scamper in on all fours, just patiently sitting at the register until I offered them something even as small as a stick of gum. The worst of it was last night, and it's shaken me so much that I'm considering calling in sick for the rest of the week. After my usual cycle of various creatures making their rounds, something changed. Everything seemed dimmer, colder. The air was thick with the smell of rain and wind. Then it entered. So tall it almost had to crouch inside the building. Shadowy and ashen, it spoke to me unlike all the others. It was real. It was pretending everything is normal. It knew me, and it knew I knew it. I was considering fleeing. This presence wasn't as common to me, and I felt completely out of control of whatever was happening. It must have noticed because it opened its mouth, inky black tar in the shape of teeth dripping down. There is lots to come, but you will be safe. Worry not about what happens outside. We care for you. As it started to leave, crouching down to fit through the door, its raspy voice echoed back. Count the crows. Open your doors to us, and do not follow us out of them. What do I even do? Ever since that night, I've been having such vivid nightmares. When I fall asleep, I'm suddenly back at work, yet I wake up in my bed. Everywhere I go, I see crows. Am I just noticing them more now? Are they hurting people? Do I have a moral obligation to step in? Could I just sit back while these creatures terrorize others? While I just sit in the safety of the gas station? Do I go back to work? I've never even met the owners. I have no one to ask or talk to about this.